without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, here we go. 6 minutes after the hour. It's the kickoff hours, the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Speedy out this week. Vacation at Beachy. And Greg and I just going to get you through it until Rick and Bubba and Adler join us here at the top of the hour. Much to do today, and I know we say that a lot, but yes, we have much to do. List is long. We'll get to it all at some point. Greg Burgess, how are you?
I'm great. Do you think Speedy's sunburned yet? You know, he's like me. He's fair-skinned.
You know, we were talking about this.
A lot of times you come out of the gate, you're all excited about the beach when you're fair-skinned and you don't think. Yeah. And all of a sudden you get that first burn and then you can't recover.
I'm hoping Terry prevented that a little bit, you know, with a, preventive strike on like 50 SPF.
Or when you mess up, now you got to put aloe vera all over you.
Oh, there's nothing worse than that.
It's terrible.
Do you keep the aloe vera stuff in the refrigerator?
No. You're supposed
Some people do.
Really?
And when you put it on, it's real cold.
It's cold enough as it is.
I know, but people do. They'll put it in the refrigerator.
That's a foul. So.
Well, we were talking in the so he's there for a week. I don't know what beach he's at. I know he's staying at that guy's place.
It's a nude beach.
He's staying at that guy's place for free.
Yeah, you didn't mention that.
Yeah,
I got the email yesterday.
Yeah, I did too. Paul, I think.
Yeah, you remember they came to the show.
He's such a nice guy, and we could
guy.
stay there if we want to. He's very open about that, and but Speedy will take him up on it. And,
absolutely. Speedy's got. He books it years ahead. I guess.
Yeah, I think he's got his own storage closet there.
I think he does. With
keeps
his
a lot.
floaties.
Yeah. But we were talking about this before before we started. You know, I'm this way, and I go to the beach a lot. Speedy doesn't really go to the beach a lot, and so when he does, he's there for a week, and I get like after 3 or 4 days, I'm done with it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's by Wednesday or Thursday he's going to be kind of bored.
I can't stay a week.
Yeah, I can't either.
I'd rather not.
I mean, I do. I just would rather not.
We've started going around Christmas into New Year's. And it's a little different, but I still don't want to stay a week. You know, you give me 3 days, and I'm about there.
Yeah,
that's all the sand I can take.
3's good. I'll take 4. Can manage. I can manage 4. But we get into that 6th and 7th day, man. I'm itching to get home.
I even remember when I was in high school. You know, when you would graduate, everybody go to the beach.
Yeah.
And most people will stay 3 or 4 days. Well, we stayed 7, and I remember I was ready to come home way before then.
Yeah.
Of course, because a lot of the people had already left. Now we were all just down there, but even then, I was like, "Hey, 7 days is too much."
Yeah.
So,
there is finished up Masters of the Air last night on Apple Plus.
You jumped all over it.
And I'm going to say something. I can say these things because I'm leaving soon at the end of this week. And y'all won't make fun of me. Speedy's not here to make fun of me. But at the end, they roll the credits, based off true. They roll the credits, and they show you the real men.
Oh, yeah, I like when they do that.
And you read about them.
Yeah, I like that.
Got teary-eyed for a minute.
Oh, you got a little.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to have to watch that.
It's good. Greg, we really need you to figure out your Apple Plus.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
And you keep telling us that it lets you watch like one episode and then.
Well, the last time I did it, it would say that I need to watch it on an Apple device.
Even though I don't understand that.
I'm just telling you what it said. I'll try it again.
Well, okay.
I don't even know what I pay for. I got so many. I need to get in there and weed all that.
See, y'all
out.
make fun of me because I cancel and
I don't even know if I know
things.
how to. I don't even know if I know how to figure out what I got. And you can forget me knowing a password.
You know, there's a company out there now that will do all that for you.
That, yeah.
I don't know if it works or not, but I've seen them advertising.
So scary. But
why is it scary?
I don't know.
You giving people some information, I get it, but I mean, it's no different.
I may have to. I did see one day I was clicking. I don't remember what I clicked on, and it was on YouTube, and it was showing you, hey, if you got this Fire Stick, whatever, this is how you. So I guess I need to do that, and then maybe because there's some that
Greg, I don't have an Apple device.
There's some that I don't use anymore.
I don't have an Apple device, and I still have Apple Plus.
I'm just telling you what it told me.
I get it.
I don't know if at that time Fire Stick they were on at odds, and maybe now they've worked the deal out.
I will say this: some of that stuff early on was not compatible to certain devices, so that may have been the case.
Yeah, but it would let me watch like 2 episodes, and then it would just dangle a carrot in front of me. I don't know. I'll go back and try.
I've got Roku's, Amazon TVs, smart TVs.
See, that's what
Fire
I need to do.
sticks.
I'll just now that I have a smart TV, just go through that.
Yeah,
and don't go through the stick.
There's a lot of stuff on Apple Plus that you would like.
Because you helped me set it up. I'm just going the Fire Stick instead of so now they have a smart TV because I don't remember all my passwords. I had to go in there and change it all. You know.
You're like Amanda.
And so I just keep the Fire Stick.
I have a spreadsheet. And I did this for a couple of reasons. One, I can't remember them all either, but I have a spreadsheet that has it's got pages and pages of passwords and logins to everything from bank accounts to kids' school stuff. Like Caroline had something last night, these, when you're a high school athlete, you have to go through and do all these waivers and all these things and with these different companies. Well, I would never remember all that, but I have it there.
Well, here's another one I got to deal with.
But my point is, Amanda has access to this, and she never will look at it. Never. She's like, I don't know how to get to it, and I'm like, yeah, you do. This one click right like there. Me. She does.
Well, here's what I'm gonna have to deal with at the end of the year. My email's not going to need to be what it is now, and I've used that email for every time they need an email for anything in your life. That's the one I've used because that's the one I look at daily.
I've already. 2 weeks ago, I started changing my stuff.
I ain't done that.
And I would go in, because like all bank accounts, credit card, a lot of that stuff's under my Rick and Bubba account. Yeah. And I've been slowly but surely, little things like Twitter and Facebook, and every account that I log into has always been under Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, as far as the email. Yeah.
So I've went and changed all that over the last couple of weeks. Needing to and actually doing it, Greg, two different things.
Oh, I won't do it.
So
I'll just keep that one.
But you're not. But that's going away. I know. I mean, there'll be a period of time.
Don't ruin my day today.
There'll be a period of time where it probably overlaps.
Sure, but might need to start planning that.
Yeah. That's things to think about that people don't think about.
Yeah.
Most of my stuff, I didn't realize this, but it was tied to our family account. We got a Gmail account.
I think I have a Gmail account.
You do, because I think you gave me the password to it one day because you was like, I'll never remember this. And I put it in our –
yeah.
I have the same kind of thing for Rick and Bubba with a bunch of logins. So – but it would be helpful just to do that, just in case, you change again or do something again. You don't have to
just
go
go with
changing
the
it.
Gmail deal.
Yeah.
That's probably what I'm going to do. Yeah. I do have one.
Not sure what people are sending us on the text line right now,
that's
Greg.
Bad there.
But
I don't know why.
I was trying to ignore it, and it's a happy birthday. I've already had to block somebody.
I don't know that right there.
I don't really even know what to do with that.
I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
No, well,
are you
866 We Be Big? If you want to chime in, it's some kind of, I don't know, just
something there.
Have you had breakfast yet? Appreciate that.
Thank you for getting the day started well. That's, you know what that is? That's horrifying.
It is horrifying, Greg, and it's so big in the picture you can't. I mean,
somebody wants to know if we can turn the volume up. I don't know.
Volume up.
I'll go in there and look later.
Oh, on YouTube.
I guess so. Yeah, I assume.
I like how they put the hands. That emoji. That emoji. Everybody thinks it's prayer hands. And I think it's a high five.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So somebody told me.
Yeah, it does look more like a high five if you think about it.
Yeah.
How about that?
Somebody said people always do that when they talk about prayer, but it's actually high fives. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what everybody tells me. Long day for me today, Greg. We're going to break it down when we get back.
Hey, long day.
Got to go to Atlanta.
Oh, no.
Yep.
That's never good. Let me tell you something. If you look on your list of what you have to do on any day and it involves Atlanta, it's not a good day.
And it involves the airport, which makes it even worse.
Yeah.
So
there's nothing good about that, anything.
Wearing my Apple Watch today for the first time in 3 or 4 months.
I need to get me one of them.
We'll explain, really. We'll explain why I've got it back on when we come back.
I need to.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/BigBox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should consider doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice OX to get your discount. As we approach another critical election, how do conservatives come together to fight and unite? One way is by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. By joining AMAC, you'll be uniting with over 2.1 million American patriots. Check out amac.us/bigbox for all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts. AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. Take advantage of 1-year membership for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix sleep quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000, or go to tnusa.com/bigvox. All right, picture this. A stranger with a crowbar pries open a window, a fire breaks out in the kitchen. In moments like these, every second counts. That's why you need Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe 24/7 monitoring agents act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm, assessing the situation, and sending emergency responders. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 20% on a new system today. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox and save 20% on your new system. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't
Welcome in, 21 minutes after the hour. It's the kickoff hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for making us just a little part of your day. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. Gregory, I am wearing my Apple Watch, and I know when I went to break, I said I've got my Apple Watch on for the first time in 4 months.
Well, let me ask you this. Why were you not wearing it?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I think it's a good question.
I mean, was it like Netflix? You
Well,
canceled it?
Well, I do. I want to take it off. I wear this thing for a couple reasons. One,
Sharp.
No, I don't care about that. But when I'm on the court, I need to know when we do certain drills and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm timing. Hey, that's a minute. That's 5 minutes. We got 30 seconds. You got to rest for 2 seconds. You know, those kind of things. And so I hadn't really had that over the last couple. So I took it off. Plus, we play a lot of music and stuff when we're on the courts, and I can change the song from here.
Yeah.
And not have to go grab my phone and all that. So it's really efficient. But I didn't need that the last 3 months because I wasn't doing any of that. Well, now that time's back. And so I put it back on. I actually had to go borrow a charger from Caroline last night. I don't know where my charger is. I was like,
I stole it.
I said, can I borrow your charger, sweetie? She said, yeah, just don't take it out of my room. I said, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I said,
wow.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And I just
Well,
moved
you
on
got
because I needed
permission
to charge it up. So
to
I'm
use the
wearing
charger
this
you bought.
for the first time in a few months. And I'm kind of like Rick. I don't like things on like dangling and on my wrist. I don't like that. But I'll have to get used to it because I need it.
Well, you took a little time off.
And so what makes you think you want one?
I don't know. I just got thinking, well, I don't know. You keep up with stuff. Stay up.
What would you keep? So you keep up with your
Run
stuff?
when I'm running. I can.
And that's another thing too. I'm not.
That'd be the only reason.
I wouldn't. I don't have to have an Apple. Like this one was given to me, like for a Christmas present or something, or somebody got one, or somebody got
But then
two and
again,
had one. I do think there are probably other brands that I'd be just as good with this as I do. You know.
Yeah, that's true. I probably don't.
I don't really count steps on this, although it does that. It's got a little, it's got a little activity monitor on
Show
it.
me how far I ran, stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, see, you're not going to have to worry about that with me. I'm not looking to see how far I run.
Well,
got to get used to this again, Gary. And but you get text messages and emails and all that, and I don't like constantly,
Of course, Speedy has
Who's
that
texting me?
deep diving watch that he wears, and he actually sleeps in it.
Yeah.
Didn't he tell us that?
Yes.
That's where you can check the depth that he's at
Yeah.
while he's scuba diving. That's what it looks like.
Got to go to the airport today in Atlanta,
Good
and I'm
for
not
you.
looking forward to it at
Let's
all.
see, the airport in Atlanta or hell. Let me pick which one I want to go, because they're neck and neck. I'm telling you.
Well, it's so I got to pick up. I got to pick up a player, and it's one of those things too where it's a long day anyway. We start at 3:30. And then I'll go throughout the day, and then that's not happening until later tonight, and then getting back in. And the picking up in Atlanta is not that big a deal, but there's another player coming in for the first time, young lady from Austria, and she's being picked up.
She looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger when she gets there.
She doesn't, Greg. It doesn't talk like her either,
Yeah.
or him. But she gets in Atlanta at 10, so once I get one of the players back, I've got to hang around, wait on her to make sure she gets in her dorm and all that. And she's not going to be in till like 12:30. Then from there, I got to make the decision. Do I sleep in my office for a couple hours, then come back here, or do I go home first and then come back? But I need the next 24 hours are going to be long for me.
Got some driving time, that's for sure.
I do. And you never know what time to go to Atlanta because you don't know what it doesn't matter when, from the time you get on the interstate to the time you get to the airport, and everywhere in between, it could be a lockdown traffic situation.
Oh yeah, you never know.
So-
You got to allow for it.
So
It'll be a wreck or it'll be construction.
So today, in my mind, I'm like, just if you can just get to Wednesday night, because that's kind of like that would be you get to Wednesday night and you go to bed. And today, emotional morning for Amanda. Braden's officially leaving this morning to go after all the move-ins and all that. He officially leaves this morning. So
Flying the coop.
Oh,
leaving the nest.
I think she got a little frustrated with me last night about.
Well, you needed to care more.
Well, that's what she told me. are you not going to go down there and tell him bye? And I said, baby, he's not even here.
To be tough. You could have left him a note.
And she said, well, I mean, I told her, I said, I was planning on it, but he's not here. She said, what do you mean he's not here? And I said, he's not here. I said, I'm guessing. He'll go work out a lot of times late at night with his buddies over at that little place up by the old studio.
Yeah.
And it's close to the house. And when he's doing that, sometimes he don't even tell us he's leaving, and I don't care about that. I know where he's going. He does it all the time. And I'm like, I just don't think I can stay up another hour to tell him bye. And I'm not going up there.
No.
I think I'm. And hey, he's just an hour down the road.
Yeah.
I left that part out. I didn't say that.
Like I say, Lisa got upset when Taylor left and he was going to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Now, granted, he had his own place, but still, and it's kind of monumental. I get that.
It
for
is.
The mom, but
it is.
yeah, some people go real far.
Well, moving him in Friday was emotional. We went back Sunday. It kind of got emotional.
Don't get me wrong, because you
but,
remember when they're little, now they're grown. You're like, wow.
Well, the point, there's only so much emotion us men can handle and can show. And so I gave you a little bit Friday, gave you a little bit Sunday, gave you a little bit last night when we were trying to make sure we had everything situated, and worried about that room key. Are we going to keep up with it or not?
Oh, man.
That's the one thing.
Yeah.
Amanda
when
bought.
you get the call, I'm locked out.
She bought. God love her.
Oh, it's going to get locked in.
She come in last night.
That.
She was so excited, Greg. So excited. There's no way to lock it in. I'm worried about him losing it.
Okay.
Because the way you lock it is deadbolt with one key.
Okay.
And she was so excited. She came in and she goes, hey, I got Braden an air tag for his keys so that if he loses them, we can find them with his phone.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, like the idea, that's not an air tag. That holds an air tag.
Oh, it didn't have it.
You didn't get the air tag.
You got the holder.
Like you got the key ring
well, that's
part
step
of it.
one. Anyway.
And I said, like this, we just need to now go, what? So that's not an air tag. I said, it's not an air tag. That's a piece of plastic that you put your keys on. And then once you get the air tag, it fits nice and snug in this piece that you bought, which we were going to have, so good job.
You know, I wish we'd had air tags when I was growing up. How many times you ever lost your keys? You don't understand. And one time I couldn't find them, and I had popped the hood of the car and didn't realize, because I was checking oil or something, I left them laying under the hood. Closed the hood, and they were in there, and I couldn't find my keys. Looked forever. And I can't remember how we finally opened it up. I go, well, there they are.
The only time I've lost my keys is when Rick stole them that day off the desk. Remember that?
Yeah, took them home with him.
That's the only time I've ever lost. Now I'll lose them today since I said that. But he just took them off my desk, put them in his pocket, and just and then claimed, I ain't got your keys. He was at home.
One time when we were that brief time I was at college, we had lost the keys and looked everywhere, we thought. So we were convinced it was in the trunk of the car because we had been getting stuff out of the car. Get a locksmith. Locksmith comes in, opens the trunk. They're not in it.
Oh, my.
And you know what they were, laying on the porch.
Oh, my.
As we approach another critical election, how do conservatives come together to fight and unite? One way is by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. By joining AMAC, you'll be uniting with over 2.1 million American patriots. Check out amac.us/bigbox for all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts. AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. Take advantage of 1-year membership for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/BigBox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late. And never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice OX. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox. BIGVOX. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIG and then V as in voice, OX to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com.
Welcome back. Welcome in. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. I'm Helmsy. Sorry about that abrupt take you to break last segment. I know some of you wanted to feel like you need to post that on the text, and I knew it. I got on myself the minute I hit it. I can't count, Greg, evidently.
I've been there. You look up and you go, uh-oh.
I panicked is what I did because I looked up at the clock and
you had a little time.
I had 10 more seconds than I thought I had.
Yeah.
And anyway, so
everybody get over it.
But thank you for the person that has no life and thought they should text that.
But they were correct.
Greg, who's covering us
this
morning?
portion of the program sponsored by buyraycon.com/bigvox. You know, it's back to school time. We were just talking about it, Helms. You know, your kids, you need to set them up with a new pair of Raycon everyday earbuds. You know what that is? That's an A-plus move.
It is.
It is. You heard us talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds in the past, and maybe you've thought, hey, wait a minute. You're just talking the same audio quality that I expect from the big guys, but I'm going to get it at half the price. Well, that sounds pretty good, and that's true. But now is the time to check them out because they just launched their new upgraded models of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity. You know what that does? That lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant colors, too. I know you love that, Hams. And with a 30-day happiness guarantee, wouldn't you love to have your happiness guaranteed in 30 days? You have nothing to lose. Get 15% off today plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's 15% off and free shipping. Buyraycon.com/bigbox, or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Good stuff. Something about you talking about multi-connectivity.
Multi-connectivity. I'm big on that.
It's big.
Everybody knows that.
I want to get into some of these because Speedy I don't think likes the QFTAs as much, and so when he's not here, I want to get these in because I really only got a few more days, and then you start sending these to Greg. Greg at rickandbubba.com.
I'll take them.
If toothpaste came in any flavor, what flavor would you choose?
Green apple.
Ooh, that's good, Greg. I like that.
I don't know why, but I went there.
I think I would want that that blue Gatorade taste.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. I had some toothpaste the other day. I told Amanda it was Sensodyne, and I always because it's for sensitive teeth and stuff like
that.
that.
Air on it.
And so I had that. By the way, people are still talking about the YouTube volume. Folks, we've done what we're supposed to do. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm sorry if it's not up. There's nothing else we can do. I did think when the volume question come up earlier that it was on me, but I've adjusted that. And so if it's still down on YouTube, there's something going on in there, and we don't really know. It was not a good taste at all. The particular Sensodyne that I bought, they have good tasting toothpaste.
Oh, they do?
But this particular one, I don't know what was going on. But I actually stopped at the store yesterday because I was tired of, not yesterday, a couple days ago, because I was tired of that taste. I don't know. I think I know you don't like this, but the sweet potato taste, I think I'd like.
Sweet potato?
Yeah, I like sweet potato.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
You know how I am about sweet potatoes. I got a bad relationship with them. I
did eat all presentation.
I did eat some pie that was really good. I will say that because when you hear potato, you don't expect it to taste like that sweet.
No.
Yeah. Even though it's a sweet potato. Don't like the fries though. Tried that. Don't like the fries.
So I think I'd go the blue Gatorade taste first.
That's not a bad taste. Did you see? When Coke comes and fills up our coolers? I think it was the last time. It was what's their Gator Powerade. It was Powerade Sour.
I did see that. I was scared of it. You liked it?
Yeah.
What about this body? Is there new body armor or something in there?
Yeah, it looks like Pedialyte.
Yeah. Have you got into that?
I have pretty good. But this Powerade Sour is supposed to have more electrolytes. And it was really good because I like sour stuff. I'm a sweet tart guy.
I know you got excited when you saw the candy,
the
sweet tarts that somebody left.
Mm-hmm.
You're like a little kid in there.
Yeah.
Did you ever play flashlight tag as a kid?
No, I've heard of
either.
it. But what do you do? Walk up and shine
I guess
the light
it's
on?
like you're, like a laser pointer, but you're using the flashlight to tag people.
We used to
I'm
call
assuming that's what
we
it
used to call it chase. We'd play
Okay.
chase, and we'd wait in the summertime at night through the neighborhood. So you'd be in different groups. And like one group would go hide, and everybody else had to find them.
Yeah.
And then but you had to actually tackle them instead of hit them with a light. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, I never played it. When was the last time you went to a Halloween party and actually dressed up?
Golly, you're talking over 30 years. Me and Lisa went.
For me, I was in
we had
college.
just got married. So, yeah, it would have been, or we might not even been married. It was over 30 years. I remember.
What did you dress up at? Do you remember?
What was it? It seemed like somebody. It was like somebody let me borrow it. It's like it wasn't armor, but it was almost like a knight. You know, with the big cross and the. I was like a knight or something.
I dressed
Had
up
a mullet,
as
looked sharp.
I think I was a senior in college, and I dressed up as a fireman. And I borrowed all the stuff from Dad because he was a fireman. But I'll never forget him giving me a speech before it, because it's all Gadsden Fire, T-shirt, the turnouts, the boots,
don't act
the whole
like
night.
he didn't want you to.
He said, "Listen, you need to understand something. He's like that. Don't be out there acting a fool.
Don't
with
get
all that
arrested with that on.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good look.
That wouldn't have been good.
So, and
We've arrested one of the Gadsden firemen.
I didn't get arrested, but hey, good night. Everybody was digging the fact that I had full
how about
gear.
this? That's kind of heavy and bulky.
It was. Yeah. I kept the helmet on. I got rid of the turnouts and the boots at some point, but it was
you was
fun.
a fireman. You
I
stole
was.
the show.
I was. All right, some would you rathers, Greg.
All right.
I love would you rathers.
All right, go.
Oh, would you rather never drink water again or never eat bread again?
Oh, bread.
Never eat bread again?
I like bread, but I gotta have water.
That's me.
Yeah.
I mean, you can drink other things that have water in it. You can get your water supplement if you. I don't know if that's the proper
I don't know. I
thing.
kind of like just water.
I do too.
I like bread, but I don't know. I really don't want to give either one of them up. But
I'm giving
not a
up bread.
bread
I
fanatic.
give bread up now anyway. So
The
I'm
only
not really worried
bread
about
that I would miss was cornbread. I would miss that. Oh, I'm rethinking it now. I forgot about cornbread. And when you eat stuff like pasta, like lasagna or something, the bread, the garlic bread, there's the garlic. I like that.
Okay.
That's some good bread.
Think about this one, okay? Would you rather have hair that grows down to your feet or have body hair that covers your whole entire body?
Hair to my feet.
Would you pull it up or just let it flow?
It just depends on what mood I was in. Neither one of those is great, but I don't want to be like a gorilla, Just saying.
Would you rather wear only cowboy boots as shoes for the rest of your life?
Not a fan.
Or go everywhere, but you don't know what the second part is.
Oh, okay.
Or go everywhere on horseback.
I had to wear cowboy boots all the time.
All the time.
If
For the rest of your life.
I'm not a big cowboy boot guy.
I'm not either.
I mean,
I think they look good. I just not. I
they're not
can't pull them.
comfortable.
Me either. I don't
clip, clop, clip, clop.
Right.
But
so you can
I'm
either
riding
wear
the horse.
I am too. I'm riding.
I'm not wearing cowboy
I'm
boots.
gonna have
when
my
I
tennis
ride.
shoes on, and I'm gonna ride that horse everywhere.
I'm wearing my Chuck Taylors.
Would you rather travel everywhere on roller skates or stilts?
That'd be skates.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, for sure. It's not even close.
Yeah. Stilts. Seriously.
I've never the stilt thing's never really impressed me.
No. I'm impressed with people that can do it. Have you ever seen sheetrockers get in there and get after it?
It's fun to watch.
It is.
They're very good.
Yeah.
Would you rather always be tired or always be too energetic?
Ooh. Well, I'm always tired now. I'm going to try energetic, see how I like it. I can give you the tired one.
It was easy for me, too energetic, and I probably get that way sometimes. Speedy gets that way sometimes. But I was wondering if you would. Did you say gets to slobbering?
Yeah.
I was wondering if you would go the too tired, but that's a good point. We feel that anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that other and see how I like it.
All right, this one you're gonna have to really think through. Okay, would you rather never celebrate any holiday? Or never have your birthday celebrated?
Oh, take the birthday.
Never celebrate your
Never.
birthday. Okay.
Oh, that's what I prefer that.
I do too.
Oh,
I
yeah,
kind of do that now.
I get to keep my holidays, but I don't have to deal with my birthday. It's not that I'm just saying. It's not that on my birthday is a bad thing, but I could give it up and never care. Now, when I was a kid, I told you different.
Yeah, I would have too.
Remember, I used to get stoked when my birthday was coming up when I was a kid.
Wow, you just read through these. Some of these I can't read.
Oh yeah, some rather do
Some
some
of these
weird
are on.
stuff.
Some of these are on the edge here.
Some of them a little.
Nearly read one.
Oh boy.
Ron Burgundy.
Oh boy, I wish you had.
Would you rather go without your phone for a month or go without your car for a month?
Phone. I may do that anyway.
It was something about the way you moved your head when you answered that. It was
Phone.
It was like slamming a gavel down.
Yes. Guys, we used to be fine without phones. We were great. We survived. We got in touch with who we needed to get in touch with. Come on. I'd like to go back to that.
It is peaceful when you can go a day or so and just not touch it at all.
When do you remember the first time you had a phone?
Gosh, Greg. I mean, that like texting and stuff, or just
a phone,
just
when
just
first
a cell
came
phone. College. I mean, I remember having the bag phone in my car, but I never really used it unless it was an emergency or.
First phone call I made was in 1994. I can tell you that because we were in Mississippi working, and somebody had one of them bag phones. But as far as buying a phone, it was when Taylor started kindergarten. Because Lisa you didn't use it, you just had it for emergencies if she wasn't home and because she's preparing for worst case scenario. And the school needed to get in touch with her. But you didn't use them because, the roaming charges and all this, you just had them for things. And of course, what we do with them now is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But we had, that would have been, mid-90s. So up to that, I survived without one, and I was fine.
Yeah. I would say late 90s is when I really started using one.
Yeah.
I mean, but I can't remember. I guess shortly, whenever the BlackBerry came out and people were using that for business, that's when I really remember. I could really type on that QWERTY keyboard, too.
Oh, you couldn't believe that technology, could you?
I know.
You thought it would get no better than this.
Else. All right, 47 minutes after the hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey you, I knew I'd find you back in the same aisle. What are you looking for today? More fiber, more laxatives, more of the same ways to manage your constipation? Look, if your constipation with belly pain keeps coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. Ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, checking in?
This is not just your flu shot appointment at Walgreens.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
This is getting your entire family vaccinated in one trip.
Hey, Mom?
And a snack on the way out. Get flu shots for everyone in your family, together. Schedule appointments online today. This is wellness made easy. Walgreens.
Vaccine subject to availability and for ages 3+. State and health-related restrictions may apply.
Taco Bell's new cheesy street chalupas have a lot going for them. For one, they come in pairs, both with your choice of shredded chicken or grilled marinated steak. Then there's the cheesy chalupa shells and creamy jalapeno ranch sauce. Can't count those out either. But the star of the show is their authentic street style, topped with onions and cilantro, and perfectly sized for eating one-handed. You know, while you're walking around the street, or your living room, wherever. Grab some cheesy street chalupas at a participating Taco Bell today.
For a limited time only while supplies last.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to ReliefFactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGVOX.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top. That's all you have to deal with, Greg and I, and then Rick and Bubba and Abner will all be in here, and we'll have a little fun for a few hours together. Thank you for joining us. It's early for most of you. If you're on the podcast and have nothing better to do, then thank you for that as well. Greg, when we went to break, we were doing Would You Rathers, and I continue to read these. There's a ton of them in here. I just found a website this morning because, if you just want to be honest, the news is a little slow today.
It is.
And we do want to talk. I want to talk about this Tyreek Hill thing, but
yeah, he's always entertaining.
If you could be the lead actor in 3 movies, what movies would you choose? You are the man. Who would you play? You'd play Mel Gibson's role in Braveheart.
Yep.
Okay. I just pictured it for a minute.
Burt Reynolds and Smokey and the Bandit.
I knew you were going to say that.
I'm sorry. It's the best movie ever made. And Russell Crowe and Gladiator.
Okay.
You see my theme?
I do see.
Well, maybe not so much with Burt Reynolds, but because I wanted that car so bad. That black Trans Am. I wanted one of them so bad. And I was so far from ever having one.
Same thing, same question. Modern day music artist.
Ooh.
You can't go. It's somebody that's not performing. They have to be performing today. You're the lead guy. It can be a band. Doesn't have to be a single guy.
That's a tough one. Today.
Yep.
Today. Chris Stapleton.
I knew. I thought that was a good one, and I thought that's what you would say.
I can't think if there's any.
I mean, Riley's living a pretty good life.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. I saw him. He's having batting practice with the Tampa Bay Rays now. So he's having batting practice with everybody.
Right, funny story. Go to finish. I want to know your. Give me 2 more, and I'll get a funny Riley story.
Good night. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Today's.
Yeah, you know who I'm going to pick.
I know.
It's going to be Riley. It's going to be Morgan Wallen.
Oh yeah.
So you know how he prepares for these things? Because Riley is he's a planner. He's going to get it done. He's going to work hard. He's going to make sure when he goes to do batting practice at a major league ballpark, he's got it dialed in. He don't just show up and hit bombs, okay? He comes out to Jacksonville State and hits on the field. The other day they were playing a soccer game. You know where the soccer field is? And there were balls being launched into the soccer field while they were trying to practice or play. And somebody said, hey, go. I didn't witness this. This is the story, okay? Yeah. That they had to go over there and tell them at this point they couldn't hit on the field. because there was a soccer event. And they said it was that Riley Green was the one launching them from.
He's working on his swing.
And he was launching them, too.
That's funny.
So, it's funny.
Hey, we don't need any distractions at the girls' soccer game.
We play music all the time.
That's for sure.
I mentioned that earlier with our practices.
You sing out loud.
And a lot of times I'll put on my playlist first just because I'm out there doing stuff before anybody gets there. And then I let them plug their phone in. And I actually have a playlist that is I ask everybody to give me 2 or 3 songs of their choice, and I build a playlist off that so everybody has songs rotating through. Sometimes I have to cull some of that too because we can't have some of that stuff playing. But got a Brazilian kid. He, for some reason, loves Morgan Wallen. And
he's huge with the Brazilians.
It's really funny too because like there'll be a Morgan Wallen song on and he will start just as it's funny to hear a Brazilian kid singing Whiskey Glasses.
Yeah.
Or Sunrise. You know,
Does
it's
he have
just
a country twang too?
Well, he tries to. Like he loves
even
country.
better.
He loves country music. Like his birthday, he wanted to go to Nashville, so he went to Nashville and visited. He visited the Morgan Wallen bar. He visited all these other different things that country music.
Yeah.
And so yesterday, we're on the court, and there was this girl by Riley Green came on. He said, "Coach, who's this? This is not Morgan."
Was he mad because you were playing?
And he goes, "I like this a lot. Who is this?" And I said, "You know that building you work out in all the time, and it says up there Riley Green, whatever, strength and conditioning, doesn't say it, Performance Center, Riley Green Performance Center." I said, "That's him." "No way, Coach."
Oh, did you say I saw some of him hitting balls into the girls' soccer
well,
game
I didn't bring that up to him because he didn't know, but he got introduced to he didn't even know who that was up there.
So he got a new little country fan, huh?
Because most of our international players, honestly, they don't care. They don't care when somebody brings up you know, an American artist, because they have their own music world that they in their countries, and so you don't really. But they some of them get into this country.
That's funny,
and it is. And he was like, "No, I heard he went here." That's what he said. I heard he went here, but I didn't know that he did all this music. So I put the Riley Green Essentials on.
Oh wow!
And just let him hear Riley Green, and so he's a fan now.
Well, you got him a Brazilian fan. That's good.
How about that?
You did your part.
I've always wanted to reach out to Riley and go, "Hey, listen, it'd be great if you came by and hung out with the team a minute."
He probably plays tennis too. I don't know.
Good athlete, but I have thought about that. But I thought, well, they don't care. Like they're not. They're kind of on their international world.
Yeah,
they don't think of Riley like
like
I think. But hey, this guy would for sure.
Oh yeah.
Of course, the ladies would like him.
Yeah.
For a different reason. I mean, it's just true.
Yeah, you know, it is. You know, it's a burden some of us had to carry. It's tough, man.
Is it getting easier?
The
older you get,
it doesn't get any easier.
It's something I don't know about.
Yeah, you believe that, right?
That's funny. It's so good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure we have a pretty big show today. We didn't get to the Tyreek Hill thing. We'll talk about that
later.
later.
He thinks he's going to outrun Noah Lyles.
Sure.
He's mad because they're all mad because Noah Lyles was commenting about the world champion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He said he could beat him, but it wouldn't be by much. He did say that.
I love that he's saying it. All right. Hang with us. We will be back. More to come. Going to be a fun show. Rick and Bubba Adler join next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Kickoff hour is behind us. We start the next phase as we all join the guys and go forward. But as you know, this hour starts with the national anthem. Here we go. 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So now, Greg and Helms, they've knocked out the kickoff hour. Speedy on vacation. Eddie Van Adler now takes over the YouTube channel. He is in the mix now. Hello, tubers, watching live or on the archive, or maybe you're a Blaze TV subscriber, and you've got that best of hour every day, along with all the other great programming on Blaze TV. Whatever the case may be, the option is now rolling, and Adler is driving. There's also all sorts of other ways to get the Rick and Bubba Show live or archived. America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. So if you have an affiliate, celebrate, tell them thank you. If you don't have an affiliate, another live option is also our TuneIn app. That's 24/7 Rick and Bubba. The live show and then full shows are archived for you. And then the daily audio archives are available on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. That also features a best of hour if you just like a nutshell. So you should never miss any Rick and Bubba. You can have it live or on your own time. I mean, so there's just no reason. Sitting there's the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
There they are, the Kerosene Brothers.
Hey, Bubba.
Hey, Rick, what you doing?
I'm good. There it is. The Kerosene Brothers. The alter ego of Hayseed Dixie.
Where are they at today, you think?
Probably somewhere in Europe, being loved by the Scottish or something.
In Japan.
The Australians.
Were they really big in Japan?
I thought it was
What is
Australia.
Japan?
Yeah.
I thought it was Australia.
Australia, they're huge.
Well, you know they had to be big in New Zealand.
Yeah, and I think the Scottish love them.
Yeah.
The Irish, they just.
We ain't seen no John M in a long time.
No, you know when we were doing stuff about cover bands doing AC/DC, somebody actually put on the text option. Y'all got to go hear this band Hayseed Dixie.
Yeah,
I know we're way ahead of you on that.
Yep.
Way ahead of you on that. So I don't know what's going on with them, but also today I don't know why. And Bubba saw this, so I tried to play music out of my phone. That didn't work. Then I tried to play music out of CD2, and you saw me just hitting it over here, and then finally it kicked up. So off to a little bit of a rickety start, but we'll see how it goes as we go forward. Bubba, we do have a lot to cover on the program today. We will we'll run through what has happened the last 24 hours. I don't even know, but I always have that weird feeling when I come in and go, well, I kind of took myself out of the news cycle. I bet it's a doozy.
Yeah, we got a couple of sports stories interesting this morning.
Sure.
We'll follow up on, and a whole lot of other things.
Well, Helmsy changed my day yesterday. He told us about Apple TV's Tom Hanks, Steven Spielberg, the latest World War II series, Masters of the Sky?
Of the
Air. About the bombers and the bombing squads.
Ooh, I want to see
that. Is 4 episodes got me.
I'm telling you. Okay.
I went 4 episodes. And if I had not just got sleepy, I would watch the whole thing probably. Yeah. Now I will say this: you didn't give me a little bit of a heads up on this, and we know this when an actor is known for something, and they go to something else.
Right.
If that one thing they did was so impactful on you, you almost think that who they played is now in this movie, not them.
Right.
And I had a hard time getting past that Elvis was a bomber pilot.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I had not seen that movie, but I knew he was in that movie.
Good.
But I had not seen it.
And Sherry even said to me, because I liked
that movie, the Elvis movie.
Yeah. Well,
You didn't like it?
Yes. No,
Yeah.
I didn't have
What
a
he's
problem
saying is now he thinks Elvis is
But I'm talking about that actor
Right,
is a main player in this, and I kept hearing him as Elvis. Like the bomber
did he
going.
still talk like he was
a little bit.
He
can't get out
of it. Did you read the stories? He did that so long trying to learn it that now he can't get out of it.
Okay, so that explains it.
Yeah,
because
there's something to that.
We got to drop these bombs.
In the movie, he's
Same
like,
thing happened to me.
right. But in the movie, it's like we got to get up in there and drop some bombs on them, and so we got to get them Nazis. Surely we're gonna get them Nazis.
We're gonna get them.
So I'll be right back.
We're gonna take this all the way.
We're gonna put the wood to the Nazis.
I'm not sure if we can make it all the way to Africa. That's a long way to take and make them go.
How about that trip?
That's a long way.
Yeah.
You had to go get Rommel.
So just
The
I want
Desert Fox.
I want to warn you, if you saw the latest Elvis movie, you're going to have some transition in this. And Sherry didn't have it at first. She's like, "No, where do we know this actor from?" I said, "You don't want me to tell you." And she goes, "Who is he now?"
So have
and I
they
said, "He's
covered-
Elvis." And she goes, "Oh no, thanks."
Yeah.
Did they cover Doolittle's raid yet?
No, this is the bombers.
So
These are
after
just
we
we
didn't have what we needed when we started.
Yeah.
Did they cover that?
No, this is all
We
about
had ships, anything that we
Yeah,
needed.
this is just
build a lot
it
of
seems to
stuff
be
in a
just
hurry.
focused on this bomb squadron.
Yeah, the
and
100th.
The 100th.
Yeah.
And all they do. So
So what were they doing?
well, they're bombing a lot of. Well, they're trying to bomb people.
Yeah.
How about
Well,
bombing's
where were
hard?
they at?
How about bombing?
Where were they at? What point?
The big thing that they're dropping on. I can't remember.
I don't know. I'm geographically challenged
Parts
here.
Yeah,
but
parts of
They're
Europe.
probably flying out of England.
Yeah, they are doing that.
Yeah, they are doing that.
because they're there with the Royal Navy.
Okay, so this is the German. It's the Eastern.
It
front.
is.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not on the other side. So it's a really good series. And there's just so many things out there that aren't good right now. It really stands out.
Hello,
But it's
today we're going down to Dusseldorf.
Boys, my navigator done sent us to France. Hey, the navigator real important.
Oh,
real
big
important.
time.
Yeah.
Real
And
important.
go by. They didn't have a lot of technology.
No, they did not. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you? Again, hope all of you did. Thank you, Pensacola and surrounding areas, for your hospitality at Grace 2003. this past Saturday. It was tons of fun. Thank you, Southern Comfort, for the van. Thank you, Kirk Jarvis, for driving. Thank you, Don Juan DeMarco, for being a handler. And all of it going smooth. Thank you, Greg and Chrissy. Is it Chrissy? What his wife?
Yeah, Chrissa.
Chrissa Letson for their hospitality. Super nice people. They were like a liaison between Grace and our show. And
our volunteer handlers.
And they did an incredible job making sure that we had everything, and got to do a lot of TV and media while we were there, and had a great time. The next year to be April 2nd and 3rd. If you did not go this year, make plans to be there next year for what was an incredible event.
Rick, it really was a lot of fun. Just met a lot of super nice people who very nice and all there because they were fired up about Grace and what it means to all of us. We were very fortunate to get to open up for Aaron Neville.
Yes.
And we met some folks that we knew a little bit about going in, and not as much as we needed to, but had a good time. We actually got to share a meal with some guys from Big Daddy Weave, who we're going to try to have on the show here.
Big
and I'm going
Daddy,
to tell you, they...
yes. Big Daddy Weave.
We really enjoyed meeting you guys.
We had a lot in common with Big Daddy Weave. And so it was great to meet them, have lunch with them, and I know their performance was incredible. We didn't get to see it because we were on one stage while they were on another at the same time, but now that I've told everybody that we hung out with Big Daddy Weave, a lot of folks are going, wow, a lot of fans. They're doing real well on the charts right now, and they're on tour right now with Rebecca St. James, and are doing very well. So it was great to see them and watch. We saw the Apologetics.
Right, saw them. They
big fans of the show, and funny guys, and wow, good musicians too. Hey, the guitar player, but that's something that can go.
Yeah, we got to tell Ryan about that.
Hey, if you can play the whole lead solo of Freebird, and part of it you play with a drumstick on the strings. That was pretty doggone good. I enjoyed that very well. And so those guys were really funny, and met some Australians. Is it Paul Carmen Trio? Did I get that right? There I'm stepping out again. I know they're doing real well, and they own the Dove Awards, and I should know their name. I know. But anyway, those are nice guys, and he tried to assure us that Australia supports America. So
don't try to bar his wireless mic.
No,
that's
important. Don't touch it. You know, I guess one of the things that was funny, the first set that we did, my microphone quit working, and so we were having some fun with that. And then there was an uncomfortable. I saw Mickey Dean deal with this at Fat Fest one year, and I'll try not to do that to anyone who's like doing a stand-up routine. The band clanking and doing check behind you while you're trying to talk, somewhat distracting. And but the good news was, and it was probably my best line of the whole weekend, is I turned around and I said, you know, no matter how frustrating I'm getting with all of you, it's great that this is a Christian event because I have to forgive you.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So, and that got a
But
big
I certainly felt like turning over a table or two.
Yeah. You know, right now I'm having to fight a Jesus urge to take the drums and start throwing them everywhere. But I did sit down behind them and do a solo, which their drummer didn't care for. But it all, again, we're brothers, so it all worked out. We were very forgiving. They were not sure about how we do things, and we weren't sure with them, and that, you know, that happens. But it all worked out. I felt like we all got along great after the noise had subsided and we finally got back to our set.
You know, too, Rick, uncomfortable moment right as we were leaving. When we go out and do these events, a lot of times we wear our old softball jerseys.
Yes.
And you had yours on, and I had mine. They're very hard to get made.
Yes.
They're very expensive getting them made. So
you don't believe that? Just ask anybody that's bought a Reuben jersey.
Yes. Right. And we were just about to leave when I saw a young lady holding your jersey that you had on.
Yes.
And she asked me to sign it, and I did. I said, wow, how did you talk Rick out of this? And she said, well, I have someone who has is fighting for their life right now, and Rick gave me the jersey. I thought, well, wow, that's a pretty good reason to give you that jersey.
Well, she came up to me, and I'm not trying to, I don't want to get any awards for that or anything, but I mean, she wanted a T-shirt for her dad, who was fighting what all the experts tell him is going to be a losing battle with cancer, and he's a big fan of the show, and he asked her to get him some kind of shirt, and again, something we've got to get better about. I didn't know we could even take merchandise to this event. I didn't think we were allowed to, but we were, and we could have. So she said, "Do you have a shirt?" And we didn't. We didn't have any, and didn't have a CD, didn't have anything. And so she said, and I could tell she was disappointed. And I thought to myself, how goofy is this? I've got 3 of these different colored jerseys, so I don't have the yellow one. So what?
Right.
And or I'll get another one.
Sure.
You know, sometimes. So. go. 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Much to do as we move forward, and we thank you for being with us today, America. Update. Olympic update, the controversial bronze medal.
For the floor exercise.
For the floor exercise in women's gymnastics. Bubba, do we have a ruling?
Who thought the question about who the bronze medal winner would exceed the Olympics itself? Everybody's already home.
You're right.
USA Gymnastics said Monday that its appeal to restore gymnast Jordan Childs' bronze medal in the floor exercise has been turned down.
Uh-oh.
The Federation said in a statement to social media that it was informed by the Court of Arbitration for Sport that rules do not allow for an arbitrary award to be reconsidered even when conclusive new evidence is presented. We're deeply disappointed by the notification and will continue to pursue every possible avenue and appeal process, including to the Swiss Federal Tribunal to ensure the just score placement and medal award for Jordan, according to USA Gymnastics. Now, let's recap how this all took place. In the last routine of the floor exercise, Childs garnered a score of 13.666, which included a deduction of 1/10 of a point for a improper split leap.
And it's also the mark of the beast.
That score put her fifth behind two Romanian gymnasts. Both of them had scores of 13.700. But then in a move she later acknowledged as a bit of a Hail Mary, Child's coach, Cecil Landy, formally appealed the specific deduction, and the judges agreed. Child's score was hereby increased to 13.766, which moved her into third place ahead of the two Romanians, who had already climbed onto the podium with a flag to celebrate. We saw this. The Romanian Gymnast Federation felt the last-minute reversal was unfair, so they took the matter to the CAS, claiming that Landy had submitted the scoring appeal, officially known as an inquiry, 4 seconds past the allotted 1 minute time, which she was permitted to do. And this just keeps going on, and one group has reviewed, another group has reviewed, and finally the bottom line is the Romanian gets the bronze medal, Jordan Childs out.
Medal to Romania. Well, and this goes to the biggest lesson, which no one wants to learn on this. Don't put yourself in that situation. Do a better job on the floor where it's not questionable.
Yeah.
Do a better routine.
Yeah, no, let's talk about that.
Have a routine that's so much better than what the Romanians did. You're not in this situation. You don't put your medal on. Maybe we can get some sort of appeal, that'll get you a few more points. That'll put you in third. Go out there and do the floor exercise better.
Yeah,
be the obvious winner.
I get this too. So, the Romanian Gymnast Federation. Okay, I don't know if any of y'all follow that closely.
I do.
They had requested that the CAS decide that all three gymnasts get a bronze medal.
Here we go.
Instead,
all three?
Because there were two that were tied ahead of her.
Okay.
Instead, it punted that decision to the International Gymnastics Federation. That would be the FIG, F-I-G, which has since said all medal decisions are made by the IOC. That's the International Olympic Committee. The IOC then said the medal allocation is dependent upon the order of finish, as referred a reporter's question to the FIG. So there you go. You got the CAS, the FIG, the IOC.
And the LMNOP.
Yes.
And I think when they answer the phone, you know what they say? Big Fig here.
There's the Big Fig, yes.
Gosh, you remember that commercial? Remember Big Fig?
The Big Fig.
Newton. I love Big Fig.
Again,
hello, Big Fig here.
This is the gymnasts are amazing what they do.
Of course they do.
But this is one of the things that I don't like about gymnastics is this scoring system.
Yeah. I know, because
it's all subjective to
same thing with breakdancing.
to what you do. Yeah.
Diving.
Yeah. So those are tough. I mean, when you score points, ball goes in a net, through a hoop, over a line. It's just a little more clear.
You get the final out.
Yeah.
I mean,
sure. Unless, of course, you've got that umpire calling that's been removed from the Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Hernandez. Then you never know what's going to happen.
Angel Hernandez.
But, some things in baseball come down to what the ump decides.
Yeah. And sometimes there's crazy rules in that, too.
Oh,
Did somebody leave too soon? Did they?
In tennis, is it out or is it not out?
Oh, yeah.
But, it's hard to get away from these people making rulings.
It's better now, I think, with tennis with the Hawkeye system because they can do a replay and, you're pretty much on it, if you believe that.
Well, the thing I like about baseball and tennis and the NFL and basketball is either a clock goes to zero and you have either won or lost because you have more points, or you make the final out. I mean, tennis, you got to get the last point. In baseball, you got to make that final out. That's why I love that type of competition. I don't like somebody sitting in a booth with all their papers out and they're marking notes and judging things and giving them based off. I'm sorry, it's got to be biased at some point.
But we got to have a better system that doesn't have Romanians running around with their flag, winning a medaling for the first time in a gillion years.
Since Nadia Comaneci.
Yeah, since Nadia.
Nadia Comaneci.
Perfect 10.
And then the system stays bad. It stays bad when all of a sudden now Jordan Child starts jumping up and down and crying that she's won.
Right.
She goes to the medal stand, and now we're taking it back away from her. Oh, you can't have – this is a terrible system.
Yeah.
Of course, again, it would be a breath of fresh air if Jordan Childs and Noah Lyles would just say, you know what? Let's give credit to the ones that won, and if we had done our job better, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Speaking of Noah Lyles, he is in the news today too. Miami Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill, one of the fastest men in the NFL, thinks he can outrun the fastest man in the world.
I knew this was coming. Yeah.
Team USA's Noah Lyles won the 100-meter finals at the Paris Olympics in a photo finish with a time of 9.79 seconds, just 0.21 seconds away from Usain Bolt's world's record. Hill is the latest athlete to take a jab at the Olympic champion following his controversial comments about the American Sports League. And we'll get into that when we get back.
All right, so Tyreek thinks he can beat him.
He thinks he can.
He said it'd be close.
In the 100.
In the 100.
Noah can't cover him. I
Right.
get that. But you're not going to beat Noah in a race.
Unless he has COVID.
Yes.
Yeah,
Chance
now you
there.
got a chance.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
I gave it to her. So you see that, and I gave that to her for her dad because I'm a biggin, so no matter how big her dad was, it'll fit.
Yeah.
And and then you see that, so then it picks up with your situation.
Well, there's a young lady who's been very energetic about us being there, and I really appreciate, somebody who is excited.
So we
that
can't believe,
fires you back
we
up.
can't believe anybody would care. Not one person.
And she asked me for my jersey. Well, I was still signing, so I didn't immediately, make a move on that. Well, one of her friends helps her out in her argument going, hey, Bubba, you're her favorite. Okay, and I go, well, that's awful nice, and I'm still trying to, and then, like one of her other friends shouts out, she has dreams about you, Bubba. Immediately at that point, I stopped signing and start taking the jersey off.
Wow.
And, and I said, well, now, let's be sure this is in, proper context. Being that this is a Christian event, we were married, right? She said, absolutely. So I gave her the jersey, and, so.
Right.
Look, we appreciate your enthusiasm.
Let me ask you a question. Did y'all have shirts under your jerseys?
I did.
I mean, y'all.
I did.
I had to get a gray T-shirt, and there was one point I was shirtless for just a moment.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, if y'all were walking around shirtless or
just
not.
for a few seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to panic Lisa Long, who was the marketing director. We met her. She wanted us to change one time. We did a little promo for next year's event, and on a street full of people is not where you want us changing clothes.
Yeah.
That's, just for their own safety.
By the way.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Well, you don't want somebody to stumble and, choke on something.
I thought somebody was praying when I took mine off because I kept hearing somebody saying, oh, my God. You know what I mean? And but I realized that it was different. And so that was, right. So anyway, it was our pleasure. It really was.
Thank you so much. A lot of love. Wow, a lot of love. In the land of Cool 107.
We'll talk more about the actual trip coming up next hour as our pilot will be here who drove us down and the people who were good enough to set us up and let us rent a van or use a van for the trip. But when we got home last night, or Saturday night, my wife said, well, we had some adventures here, too, and I'll tell you about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 16 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba. Yeah, 35 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today as the show moves on. I said my boss is Mr. McGee. I want to point you to an opportunity. November, here she comes. Pretty big decision, America. Coming up in November, the Association of Mature American Citizens is lobbying hard to take care of those of us that are here in America, and maybe we are now under the Mature American Citizens label. If you're like us, the first time we got our AARP stuff in the mail, we were like, okay, it's official, we're old now. And then you look into it and you see some rewards and you start going, I think I said that right, didn't I? I just said rewards right, didn't I?
You did.
And
Hold that.
Congratulations. What one of those rare moments. And so, but then we started looking at their lobby in Washington. We're like, well, they're a bunch of leftists. We can't be part of this organization. Well, all right. But now, all those discounts at restaurants and travel and insurance discounts and also getting great advice for free on Medicare and how to maneuver Social Security. I was talking to Mom about that yesterday. Good grief, the government. And we want to give the government health care? Come on. So anyway, you get a lobby, though, in Washington that is conservative with all the discounts and all the fun and get the magazine. And right now, if you want to get under the AMAC banner and fight for the values on which our nation was built, you can get a one-year membership for just $1. If you go to AMAC, that's AMAC.us/BigVox, or just go to the link we have,
under the sponsors button at rickandbubba.com. So, Bubba, we went to the break. We now have a Noah Lyles challenge in the 100 from the NFL.
Yeah, it looks like it. Tyreek Hill made the comment on the TV show that he could beat Noah Lyles.
But he can't.
But not by a lot. But he said he would beat him.
But he can't.
Yeah, it'd be close.
But he can't. Not in the 100. I mean,
Lyles, who has committed himself to growing the audience for track and field, has criticized North American professional sports leagues in the past for referring to their winners as world champions.
Right.
You know, the thing that hurts me the most is that I have to watch the NBA Finals, and they have world champion on their head. Lyles said during the 2023 track and field world championships in Budapest.
Budapest.
World champion of what? The United States, he added.
Of course, he's forgetting the Canadian teams, but yeah.
And, you know, several of the NFL players and NBA players have not cared for this. He's been the target of some ridicule.
Got a point, though.
He does.
Since he didn't get the double crown of sprinting that he thought he was going to get.
Yeah, all I've seen is in some of our professional leagues, we have Canadian teams, but outside of that.
But that's not the world.
No, you ought to say North America.
I actually agree with Noah Lyles on this.
I hate to say it. I always, when they would say world champions, talking about football, Super Bowl and stuff, I was always like, well, you're really not world champion.
You're a national champion.
There's no other football teams in the world.
Yeah.
So
Canadian
football
league.
Well, if they're any good, they can.
I'm just saying.
But
they don't play in the NFL.
You know, I don't know.
Baseball does it too.
I would be very scared to bet against Tyreek Hill because we've seen him do so many amazing things on the football field. But when it just comes to pure sprinting, I think
that's different.
Noah has the numbers on him. But now trying to catch him in an open field,
different.
Totally different. Tyreek Hill is one of those few people. Johnny Manziel was another one that could run full speed and cut on one leg.
Yeah, if you want to say,
very few people can do that, and it makes you very hard to catch.
If Tyreek Hill says he can't cover me, and if I run a pattern, he's not quick enough to cover me. He may be quicker than Noah Lyles, but he's not faster.
Right.
Because they said they actually have Tyreek Hill's time in the 100.
What's his?
And
he was like 10 something.
He wasn't even made the Olympic team.
No.
Let me tell you, the Olympic sprinters. I don't. The guy or girl who's bringing up the rear, okay, number 9 back there, whose name you'll never know, they're still pretty darn fast.
Yeah,
well, Speedy made the point that the entire field for the men, field was faster than Carl Lewis when he won.
Oh, I know. That's incredible. Incredible.
Tyreek Hill, did we ever get the update on when he injured that lady doing blocking drills in the backyard?
Yeah, whatever happened to that? Did that just go away?
Have y'all seen the reels where I guess it's his football camp and the kids are there and they're running pattern and he's covering them?
Yeah, and they beat him.
And this one little kid gets him wrong-footed and turns him around and beats him. I mean, he's a little bitty guy too.
How about if you're a kid and you can tell everybody you beat Tyreek Hill? Of course, he's not a defensive player. He's an offensive player.
Right.
Still.
Greg, how about this? Bubba and I scored on George Teague.
That's true. Up in the parking lot.
Yeah.
And he was still the safety of the Cowboys.
He was. He didn't see that give and go, did he?
I bet y'all didn't go out there and stomp the star in the middle of the field. Remember when?
Well, sort of. We kind of did our own version.
Terrell Owens. He tackled him.
It was a parking stripe in the.
What it was is I mean, let's face it though. To his defense, you're George Teague.
Yeah.
You play for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
And you see us over there lining up.
And he didn't want to fool with that.
Yeah. And these were the years where Bubba and I could have been, as far as a team, at our fattest. Okay. But we were deceptively athletic.
Well,
you know,
we use psychology to do this.
Right.
Greg, do you remember that?
I do.
So we're gonna run a couple of plays against Teague, okay? And we run an out pattern, and I told Rick, I said, I'm going to intentionally throw this ball as bad as I can. I tried to make it knuckleball, like I couldn't throw it.
Yeah, we were tricking him.
To get him to, pull his guard down. So the next time we ran the out, and I faked it, and Rick turned on him, and then I put it on him. And that was... and he recovered and jumped, and that ball went over his finger by 2 inches.
Sure.
But it got over his finger.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Right.
So he runs the guy down for Miami, and then he gets beat by Rick and Bubba out here in the parking lot.
That is correct, Greg. That is as far as factually.
Yeah,
Now, there's a lot of different variables in there, but as far as that one statement, that is a correct statement.
Yeah. No one's saying that you don't.
No one's saying he took it serious. No one's saying we saw him in his best.
Yeah.
But it did happen.
He's in his street clothes.
He was still moving pretty good, though.
Was he wearing a pair of Brogans? He was.
He was. That kind of hurt. He slid a little bit. Don't you know he was thinking him something?
But we did things like that all the time. I told this story over the weekend, and people were laughing. I forget his name. He was a giant offensive lineman for the Tennessee Titans. Well, Brad something. And so
I know you're talking about.
Yeah, we were in the Jeff Fisher celebrity softball game. I won't tell all those stories, but and so I was coming home, and he was standing on home plate. And so the throw wasn't getting there, and I came in, and I gave him a little push and pushed him off home plate and touched plate. And he started laughing. He said, "You just pushed me off home plate." And I said, "There's a lot of things you don't know about me." And he looked at me, and I said, "All county. Calhoun County, all county."
Didn't know about
and he
that.
started laughing so hard, and I just walked to the dugout, and he screamed out, "All county," pushed me off the plate. He could have killed me. But in that moment, it was fun. So we did a couple of these weird things like that, and Bubba showed incredible strength in that game.
Yeah, I remember I twisted my ankle.
I heard about that.
And I've never seen such a recovery.
Caught me off guard.
You know how sometimes
you can't do anything if somebody jumps on your back.
You
just can't.
But what I love, this is on that list of stories that I can say this to him 100 times, and he can't keep from laughing because it is just such a fun.
Wore me out
Greg,
about it so
we
much.
think that he's out. We think he's over in ice.
All of a sudden, burst of energy.
All of a sudden, Greg. He's like Secretariat. Coming through there.
What's going on?
I got
Who
hung up
juiced
in
Bubba?
some of the stuff they cover the field up on a pop-up. Twisted my ankle. I got moved from shortstop to third base.
Oh, wow.
You know, they had somebody more qualified to play shortstop. It was the punter, by the way.
Hey, Greg, how about this?
He was a pretty athletic guy.
How about when you're Bubba and they put you on the hot corner against NFL players?
Yeah,
that's not a good feeling.
No.
Yeah, I like shortstop.
Before he
I
became
like being out there in the outfield.
Back up and get a little look at it.
Wasn't before he became huge Kenny Chesney in that game too? It seems like
there was
the young,
very possible,
young Kenny.
very possible.
Yeah. So there were a lot of people out there.
Yeah, there was 2 or 3 up and
I remember Vince Gill pitched a fit out there.
Yeah, Amy was there.
So he was very competitive.
A little bit of a hothead.
Okay. Well, he wanted to win, Rick. What's wrong with that?
You hear that sweet sound of the voice of an angel, but you don't. How about this? He's got a little. He got
unhappy about something.
Involved Amy Grant.
Yeah, it did.
Didn't like the call.
And didn't like somebody.
I think somebody
made a comment.
Somebody got out of line over in the crowd.
Yeah. Dugout got out of hand.
Okay, it happened. Talking trash went too far.
Right. Easy, that's my wife.
Yeah. Hey.
Right. Yeah. But he got mad, didn't he? He was mad.
I can't picture him mad. I'm trying to picture it.
He was mad. All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. So it looks like the bronze will go to the Romanians.
The Romanians for now.
Romanians.
I think USA's throwing it back over. They're trying another ditch.
Oh, yeah. There's surely another court of appeals for sports out there somewhere.
And Tyreek Hill is racing Noah Lyles. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
On the website now, a little problem, Kurt, getting he's new to this role,
right.
okay? Getting the picture lined up exactly right. So the top of your head is missing.
That's fine.
But pay no attention to that. You can see me and Aaron real well.
Yeah.
But I will tell you this. I know he sings a little bit like Michael Jackson, but he is built like Bo Jackson.
Yeah. Well, we were supposed to say that.
Well, it got away from me there.
And I asked him straight up, are you really glad your mama kept giving you milk?
Yeah.
I mean, because I had to ask him that. Of course, he didn't think that was as funny as I did, but he was extremely nice, gave us a lot, and of course his talent speaks for himself. We get home because we set it up. We try to do this. Again, if there's any way possible, we want to spend the least amount of time away from family as we can, and sometimes we put ourselves in probably a little more of stress than we would have to, but it all paid off. It did for me to get up and go to church with your family and get to spend the day with them. It was definitely the right thing to do.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to have that uplifting experience of Grace 2003 and then get home and miss church.
Right,
right.
Right.
And it hurt a little bit because it was our Sunday to be the snack. It was our day on the snack ministry, so we had to get donuts too.
Oh,
so.
sure. So there was a lot to do.
It's a lot of responsibility.
I had to get Boomer to the TV station by 7:45 Central, and then get back and get the Killer Bees and the rest of the gang to church. And of course, you know, we came in by the skin of our teeth as usual, but we got there and had a great service. But I come in and I'm tiptoeing through the house and try not to wake anybody up, and was just so thankful for the people who made it possible to get us down there and back in the same day. And so all of a sudden Sherry sits up in the bed, not groggy, not anything. She says, "How'd it go?" And I said, "Well, it went really good." I said, "It was number one, but you know what we've already talked about."
Sure.
She said, "We had an interesting evening here." And I said,
"Oh no."
I said, "So."
You'd rather than just be groggy.
Yeah.
Go, glad you're home.
Right, and I had to stop thinking that she was there in our bedroom and all that. So she said, no, you might want to hold your horses there. Let me finish my story first. And because, you know, most husbands, if the wife's awake and it's the middle of the night, you know, we think that may be the welcome wagon.
Well, you know what
I
that
mean?
means.
Yeah.
A baby's crying.
Right, sure.
Yeah.
So I turned the corner to do a restroom stop. She goes, "Oh, no, don't go in there." I said, "What?" She said, "No, don't even go into the bathroom." And I said, "Okay, is something flooded or backed up?" She goes, No. Just go use the other bathroom. I said, "Okay." So I come in, I go, "How bad is this going to be?" She goes, "Oh, it's dandy." She's using our lingo, you know what I mean? She said, for some reason, don't know whether it was some of the, because, you know, what, we're moving in, which means you bring in stuff in, and, you know, you always get in. I don't know why. To me, there's certain things about houses that are like new cars. To me, on a new car, if I've just spent $25,000 to $30,000, I ought to get a spare tire.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? You would think, did I not warrant a tire? You know, that kind of thing. And houses, they always cut corners on closets. You have this nice, expensive house, and your closet's basically a rack on sheetrock, and if you hang too many clothes on it, it'll fall off. You know, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
So we had the California closet people come in and put some drawers and this kind of stuff in there. And one of the things that we had, the guy came out and he said, I noticed everybody made fun of you because you thought there was a leak in your house. I said, "Yeah, because I went in the bathroom and I heard water running up above me. And I looked up and I said, hey, something's burst." And then, of course, the builder informed me that was the air conditioning unit for upstairs.
Sure.
And the water's running.
It
just sounds like water. So I was put at ease. Right. He said, "You know, we kind of thought that too. We were nailing some stuff and we thought we'd hit something. And then your wife informed us that was the water running back there." And I said, you know, we laughed, ha ha. Well, while I was gone, the air conditioning for the where the kids are and everything quit working. It just stopped. And so we don't know whether something really did happen when they were putting that in or whatever. So Sherry calls the air conditioning people, and they were very nice to send somebody out, you know, at night, because, you know, it was getting warm, it was getting hot, and all this. Not danger, but she said, "Hey, it's not working, and it's a new house, want it to work." You know, no, I don't think anybody would argue with that.
Yeah.
So the guy comes out there, and he gets up in, there's a little area where you open the door and you go in there, and it's where all the studs are and all this, and insulation and all that. And there's a little ladder they've got built where you can climb up and look over to where all the, the stuff's up. And she says she's sitting there, and the guy's up there working, and about that time, he comes through the roof, right on into the bathroom. It just,
what?
Sheetrock flying, lights falling, and here comes his leg right through the roof.
Did he fall all the way through, or just his leg come through?
In my mind, in my mind, I wanted him to come on through, but I understand that
he actually.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. How about it? Hope all is well today. We're guiding you through the state of the world as is today. On the Rick and Bubba Show, much to cover and a couple of things to be aware of going on this week. I'm excited to have an opportunity to be at North Shelby Baptist Church Sunday night. Kevin Derryberry leading worship. So Kevin and I'll be together on that one. That's awesome. So coming up Sunday night, they're kicking off the discipleship strategy, 5 o'clock. local time, North Shelby Baptist, Sunday night. All men are welcome to attend. Some others going on this week, the 15th, coming up Thursday night, Granger Smith will be at First Baptist Church in Opelika as they continue the strategy. The 17th, Lee Moore, Hickory Hill Baptist Church, Westville, Florida. And then on the 18th, coming up this Sunday night also, is Jeff Struker from Black Hawk Down speaking at First Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa, for their next Man Church. So all those and more at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Bubba, more Olympics? Is this the break dancer that we've all come to be entertained?
Ray Gun.
Yeah, so is it?
Yeah, I'll never forget that name again. Ray Gun.
Ray Gun, the break dancer, or Ray Gun, the Australian something.
Yeah.
I don't know that was called break dancing, and the judges agreed.
Yeah, well, she lost all three of her matches, Rick. 54-0.
Okay, these are
combined total.
These are dance-offs?
Yeah, combined
Couldn't
total.
get 1 point.
54-0.
Okay.
She is being made fun of online, as you might imagine.
Well.
And an Olympic judge has stepped up to defend her, praising her for stepping into the spotlight and showing guts on the dance floor.
Right.
Well, that's
right.
It was horrible.
Yeah.
Now, people have admitted, too, that the Australian Olympic Committee probably didn't do her any favors with the outfit she had on either.
No.
And it just all kind of came together to be a mess, if you saw it.
And then, Bubba, come to find out, you couldn't tell with the hat. They finally found out this was actually Elaine Bennis from Seinfeld.
Yeah, I saw that the other day. It was
oh my goodness! That remember the first time you.
This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable.
If you saw that performance on the street, you would scream, "Does anybody have candy?"
I know.
And you would put,
absolutely.
They should.
It's just terrible.
But guys, can you really blame a third party when someone has to agree to do it?
What are they blurring out?
I guess it's a disgust off everybody's face.
Maybe it is. Y'all,
that ain't.
Again, Helms gave us an example yesterday of how to do that,
Well,
and it looked as good or better than
Well, and people are. I'm reading this article. They said it was almost like, and look, there's some.
Guys,
I mean, I know we're proud of our wives. They've got more rhythm than this woman, but it's like somebody's mama, dropped everybody off at school and decided to go over to the Olympics and do this.
Yeah.
Again, it goes back to what I said earlier. You have to have at least a level, a cutoff zone to go, I'm sorry, you're not advanced enough to come to the Olympics. I'm sorry. Even though you're the only one trying out for it. You don't get to come.
I have a terrible question. Who did not make the team for Australia?
I'm thinking maybe nobody else.
Who did Ray Gun beat out?
I'd like to see.
Australia's a big country, and a lot of entertainment. You got to think there's some better dancers there.
But of course, guys, just like William Hung and all these others, Ray Gun's fixing to blow up. Ray Gun is going to be popular.
You're
if
right.
she embraces it.
If she embraces it, she's going to be on every show.
Fill in the blank on the NBA team. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up at halftime, Australia's Ray Gun, the Australian.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be breakdancing.
You can make some good money
with the
if she'll do
mascot.
it. Yes.
The mascot will dunk over Ray Gun.
Look, we don't.
Coming up at halftime, Ray Gun.
I'm telling you,
we don't
if she
know.
plays this right.
Well, we don't know her. We don't know who she is and all that. But look, when you say I'm going to the Olympics and I'm going to step not on the national but on the world stage to perform, you're going to have to accept criticism on it. I'm sorry.
And in her degree, they're talking about in it like in dance.
Yeah.
She's some kind of got a doctorate or something or something.
A professor of dance.
Oh, she's got the backstory is probably wonderful. Several people have mentioned that.
She'll come out with new everyday earbuds. Ray Gun.
Absolutely.
That's funny. Do y'all remember that funny looking? She's hilarious. Rachel Dratch from SNL.
Yes.
She was Debbie Downer.
Yes.
She came out on Jimmy Fallon as the Australian dancing break dancer, and she looks exactly like the Australian dancer.
Oh, that is hilarious.
She's perfect to do it.
Yeah, that is outstanding.
But there have been people coming out that are part of the Australian governing body or whatever saying we support this person.
Well,
she's the best breakdancer we have. She did a good job.
You're losing credibility then.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Crazy.
Here's the thing that gets me, just like all this other. That on one side, the society says we want people to not be recognized as anything other than human. Okay, no gender, no ethnicity, and then all they do is talk about gender and ethnicity all the time.
That's it.
Like the thing I see, she should be proud to be one of 16 women who came to breakdance. Who said? What does that mean? Not if you do it poorly.
But she scored 0 points.
Right.
None.
0 points.
I'm sorry, if you're in a competition and you score none,
you know what I wish?
I mean, why should you be celebrating?
Well, we've completely lost our sense of humor. What she should have said is, was that not hilarious? Let's all admit, my country, we don't have a lot of breakdancers.
Yeah.
I
want to go to the Olympics.
How about this? I'm all we got.
Yeah.
And make fun of it.
Yeah, and
have
I got
fun
to go to
with
the
it.
Olympics and have fun.
Yeah.
The whole thing was a setup, I feel like. Did y'all see there was another girl from Afghanistan? She participated as a member of the refugee delegation during the breakdancing, and she was terrible too. And then at the end, she held up a sign that said "Free Afghan Women." And you're like, so this girl was just let in to do this political stunt? Yes.
No.
This is the Afghan girl. She was just as good as the Australian, if you know what I mean.
She got up there with her little flag.
Did you feel kind of bad for the refugee team that they want to finally get to the Olympics and come to find out we're going to put you on a boat too?
Right. Yes.
They look very uncomfortable on the boat. Like, where are they taking us?
Where are we going? Yeah, this Afghan girl was not good either. I'm sorry.
Her and Ray Gun should have faced
off. Did she get a point, though?
I don't know if she got any points, but the whole thing.
Y'all look.
Bubba, do something.
Nobody's talking about this girl. She was just as bad as the Australian.
But you know what? Not as funny as Ray Gun.
Something about Ray Gun.
Could they not just go and get the entire staff and the entire cast of the movie Breaking and let them?
Yeah, Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo had a better dance off than that. There he is right there.
Somebody.
Ozone.
Yeah.
Ozone.
Yeah, Ozone and
Bubba
Turbo.
love Breaking.
But the whole thing was just a
Breaking 2,
setup.
Electric Boogaloo.
Do you remember? Remember Miss Teen USA? We'll never forget her.
You're
okay?
right.
So Miss Teen USA, she did the such as,
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have that.
Do you remember what she did? And she just agreed to be on an award show.
Yep.
And they came back from a break, and she rambled on trying to say what was next. She kept saying such as, making fun of herself.
Yeah.
Ray Gun needs to go out and embrace this. She'll do great as the bad breakdancer.
Yeah.
She'll do, like you said, William Hung.
I did my best.
How about this? Embrace it.
Oh, there's so much potential here.
She ought to be calling every minor league baseball team right now. She ought to be calling everybody that does promotions and say, I'll come for this fee and be Ray Gun, the Australian breakdancer.
Because right now is when you need to do it. While it's hot, because it ain't going to last.
Yeah.
It's not going to last.
No.
I mean, the Hawk 2 girls done moved on.
I started to say,
I
I almost said maybe they could get together and do, tour around the 15-minute of fame tour.
I think you're right. Hers is about ran out, I believe.
She's got the Australian breakdancer. She's famous for not that bad of a reason. Now that I think about it. You know?
Compared to that.
Yeah.
Great point.
I just danced a little bit bad during the Olympics.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
Yeah. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Grabbed something and held on.
Yeah, he did keep himself from coming on through the ceiling in our brand new house.
So Rick, wait a minute. Now, where did he come through?
Oh, it's not over. It's not over. He stepped back and fell right through our bathroom in the master bedroom, off the master bedroom there. His whole leg hanging and lights swinging and pestilence and people screaming and crying and all that. And him hollering for a little help, that kind of stuff.
Did Sherry have to go upstairs in that attic that was hot and pull him out?
Yeah. Stepping back, undoubtedly there's one piece of plywood, even though I'd like to see maybe more and been meaning to do that. Maybe I should have. Something else you might want to do, too, let me pass this along to you. If you've got an attic that people can access, you just walk off the floor right in, and you got studs and all that, and you hadn't put any plywood on it use it for storage or just for safety, like I probably should have already done. You might want to have a lock on that door and not just let people open it up and go in, because if there's excitement, children will go in there to see what the excitement's about, too.
Oh, no.
And about that time, all of a sudden, Big Love disappears. He steps off a stud. Now he's gone through the ceiling. And he falls. What? Sherry starts screaming, thinking he has fallen into the bathroom, runs to the bathroom. He ain't there. So now, in Brandy, my 13-year-old, Sherry is screaming, "Ah! Brandy gets up, she's running, and you know how sometimes human beings will look at each other and there's so much screaming they can't even communicate?
Like in Saving Private Ryan?
Yeah. Look, and then Brandy's looking at Sherry going, what's wrong? Like that. She says, bro, just what can't? And you hear him go, Mama! He's in the walls. He's in the walls. What? Mama! They can't even find him. Look, they're running rings. Where are you? Mama! Like that, and she's going, tell us where you are. It was like something like she said out of Poltergeist, you know, where she got in the wall and you couldn't find her. Like that, and he was in the wall. He just stepped in there, whoop, right through the ceiling, like that.
Through the ceiling into the wall.
Yeah, and now he's inside the walls. I mean, you can't, and so Sherry can't find him. And do you start chipping through the walls? So she runs back up in there, and luckily he's just sitting there looking up, and she sees him, gets down there, and starts pulling out. Are you okay? No, I'm okay. And all of a sudden she goes, oh my gosh, she's got insulation on him. Well, little kid don't know what that means. Well, he starts screaming, insulation, like that. And you know, get water out, and spraying him off. Meanwhile, the guy's, his leg is still in there, and there's stuff swinging, and ceilings are falling, and so they finally rescue everybody out from inside the walls, and we get the air conditioning guy. Sherry and Brandy and Boomer's got Taz on his hip, and he don't know what to do, and the women are all screaming, and it's just nuts. And so I come home to my new house, and the air conditioning doesn't work on that floor. You ought to see where the air conditioning guy fell through the ceiling. I mean, that's a dandy one there. I mean, that is.
You know what? You were talking about putting in one of those sunlight windows. Yeah. This may be the time to look at it.
Let me tell you something. If the light fixture, which is very nice, it kind of looks pretty good hanging down about head level now,
swinging.
Yeah, right over that toilet. And I like all the insulation all over the floor. That looks good. When you're trying to get moved in. Also, you love when your 4-year-old falls through the ceiling and disappears and
Can we go back to that
and
just for a
gets
second?
in behind the wall and is screaming, Mama! Oh. He was all right, but praise God, he didn't get hurt. I mean, that could have been.
How'd you get him out of the wall?
Sherry just finally, her and Brandy got in there and got him by the arm and pulled him up out of there.
How did? Let me back up. How did the guy fall through to start with?
He stepped in.
Come down the ladder and missed where he was supposed to step, and missed the stud.
Because I started to say it's pretty much.
Oh, there's something there for you to.
Did he go through that too?
Oh no, he just missed.
Just missed it.
He just never. Just didn't put his foot where he should.
Gracious, Rick.
Went right on through.
Welcome home, buddy.
Welcome home.
Yeah.
New house looks good.
Y'all have fun in Pensacola? Oh yeah. Then you have to play down how well it went and how much you enjoyed it. No, it's work, honey. Work.
Big scrape on the back. Of course, what do y'all think Big Love told me on Sunday morning as soon as he woke up? You think he had a story for me?
What did he say?
Daddy, I got insulation. I know, buddy. So we're not going to go in that room anymore. We know insulation got me.
Might not want to bring up the big plasma TV you have in that van either.
It's kind of bad when I can now talk to my 4-year-old, and they said, how do you think the wiring is on the house? He said, well, based on me laying in it, looked pretty good. I think they did. I've been in behind the walls, Dad. Looks good back there. We're good.
I cannot believe this.
Mama! Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us as we roll forward. We got Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess. Adler is here today. Speedy on vacation. Well, welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba. Can we get him to the line? So we were all concerned, and to me it's such a simple decision as far as ideology, our border, our economy, and our state and standing with the rest of the world as World War III seems to be just around the corner, or possibly all the ingredients on that little tinderbox to set on fire. But still, we all were concerned that one of the hardest things to get Trump back into the White House is Trump himself. The candidates are awful. The left is just embracing Marxism and socialism. You would think that would be enough. You know, a team. You would think a team can be so bad that no matter what you do, you would still beat them.
Right. Yeah. Right.
But I'm starting to get just a little bit of. I mean, I'm okay. I'm not going to be Debbie Downer. Okay, which we just talked about. But I don't like the Peter Navarro story today. It's very concerning. You know, we had Peter on the podcast. We heard him at the convention. He's saying everything that our country needs, and he's saying it correctly. And he's saying that Trump is the man to do it, but he says Trump is fumbling right now, and he needs to get back on message. And this is what we've been saying, and everyone's been saying, and he is being critical. He said Trump needs votes right now. And he said these rally formulas are not sufficiently focused on the very stark policy differences. We've been talking about this, policy differences between him and Kamala Harris that's going to swing voters, and this is what we keep talking about in the key battleground states. Look, there's people that Trump has, and we're going to vote for him. It doesn't matter how goofy he is at a rally. Why? Because we look at the other choice, and there's no way I can vote for the other choice. No way, no how. Not even remotely can I go there. I have nowhere to go. This is the best candidate that represents the best shot at our country being healthy again. But he seems to be focusing a little more on us, our people that want the red meat thrown into the audience, and a little less on winning over people that might not vote for him. And those are the people that are going to swing the election.
Yeah, that 5 or 6% in the middle is going to make the big difference. And
not by compromising, but clearly stating why he's the better choice.
Yeah, and we had the well-known pollster, had his information yesterday, said the same thing. Peter Navarro saying the same thing. We've all seen it. Look, the question is, are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
Somebody said he finally did that yesterday. I got an email that said, hey, Trump put that out on his social media or something.
He did the Ronald Reagan thing where Reagan asked that.
Right, okay.
Which, to me, just re-ask it again.
Right.
Because there's two issues here. It is the economy and it is the border. And that spills into crime. That spills into how we're prosecuting everybody, law and order. And those are the issues. Where the vice president's heritage is doesn't matter. Her name, what she calls, how if she does the same speech over and over, leave that to us funny guys to catch that.
Right.
Let's talk about what we're going to do to get the economy going, get the supply chain better, get the prices down, get energy flowing again, and get everybody back to work and making the prices so we can afford to have a little left over.
Which is what J.D. Vance said to the reporter.
Yeah.
Y'all keep making this about personalities. Yeah. Why don't you let me talk about how we're going to take everything that's wrong in America and get it headed, to your point, Bubba, back in the right direction. Another point that Navarro makes, he says, Steve Bannon is usually our captain right now, but he's serving time. We can't we have no access to Bannon. Normally, he would be the one that would get in Trump's ear and say, all right, now let's get back on message. And he says, but we don't have him right now because he's 4 months in prison. So
now did he defy a congressional subpoena also?
Correct. Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed, it seems only Republicans go to jail for that. But,
well, Bubba, yes. So then there was an interview with Elon Musk.
Yeah, they got started late. They had a cyber attack, they said.
Shocker.
And then I did not hear it. Did you hear it? Is anybody?
I did not know.
Oh, yeah.
We have some clips.
Did you hear it?
I did.
Okay.
I did. I actually tried to log in live right there to the Twitter or X space. And the DDoS attack is a distributed denial of service attack. Basically, you have millions and millions of fake accounts trying to get into this space so nobody can get in. Elon Musk said that they tested it on 8 million live listeners, and when it got to about 100,000, that's when the DDoS attack began, and people could not get in, so they were a little bit late. Here is Elon Musk explaining that if you guys want it.
Yeah, sure.
All right, hello everyone. My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines. Like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated.
A traffic jam.
We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say, and but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. It's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves.
Okay, so he's saying we're just going to talk.
And it was that. It wasn't Elon Musk asking questions. It was them just talking to each other, which I found very interesting.
And he brought up the assassination attempt and talked about how that building was not secured, right?
Yeah.
Am I seeing that right
that's
on the
right.
note?
Yeah. So we'll see what Elon says about that and what he thought was kind of interesting to Bubba.
I mean, looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the #1 spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like if you were to pick like what is the favorite, so if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building.
You're right.
That building would be #1.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you can ask for a better location. It's like
no, that would have been the spot.
That would have been the spot. So here's Trump now talking. Now this kind of stuff I actually find humorous. When he says that Biden pulled off something that's hard to do, and I actually find this to be humorous.
Yeah,
okay, so
I do too.
I this is not the kind of stuff I would coach him away from here. But I understand what Navarro's concerned about. But here's what he said about Joe Biden.
Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. Both sides. That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
That's funny.
I mean,
that's funny. And correct.
So was this whole thing just audio only?
It was. It was a Twitter Spaces or X Spaces, whatever you call it. And Trump's voice sounded really good and clear. Like I thought he might have had a studio setup because it was a 2-hour conversation. And now I'm seeing video on Trump's side of things, and he's just sitting there in front of his phone, hunched over on a table talking.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
Now, what was this stuff of claiming he was slurring? And
of all this,
is that
of course, the liberal media you're getting from all their articles talking about how disaster it was. Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah.
Well,
But
again,
that's what they do.
Well, that doesn't concern me what they say about it. I'm more concerned what somebody like Peter Navarro is saying.
They're trying to paint Trump by the same adjectives and adverbs we were doing Biden.
Yes.
But he's obviously not near in that shape.
No.
I mean, not even
No.
He doesn't make his point well sometimes. But he's not locked up, too blocked.
Greg, here he is talking about, guys, Kamala Harris on Time Magazine. He comments on her being on the cover. Here we go.
And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania. She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman, so we'll leave it at that, right?
Now that did sound like he had a lisp on that end of things. But that Time magazine cover is just it shows you how much the media is just in. I don't want to say in bed, but you know what I mean.
Oh, no.
There's any room left.
Yeah. I mean, she denied Time Magazine an interview, and they still propped her up like that.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
You've heard.
Rick and Bubba.
There's no Norman Rockwell would not have done a painting of my family ever.
Well, he could have painted, but it might look more like something Vincent van Gogh did.
Yeah. Just a little heads up. I will say this: some lessons learned. If it's over the weekend and it's at night and it's getting kind of late and your air conditioning goes out, or heating, whatever, I would go ahead and just suck it up. Get you some fans, move people around the
Open a window,
and try and hold out for the first team. Just go ahead and get that A team in there. Because right now, you really don't have a big hole in your roof in two places. Over, that kind of deal. So that's.
But have you seen those? I mean, those sun things, where they that's. Well, as long as you got a hole there, I mean, you might as well look at it.
Ours is nice now. It's we got a light fixture hanging by a thread. And we
is there like insulation dust still in the air floating
got
around?
that everywhere. I'm sure it's real good for us. And it's got a nice pink. And also another thing, what I would say, if you have this kind of attic, now it's not so bad if you got to pull down a ladder. That's what I had at the other house and go up. It's kind of nobody can really get to it. But if it's like where you can just walk into that,
ours is that way.
You might want to go ahead and make that few dollars. So it may cost you, maybe $50 to put some plywood in there and lay it down and that's.
Well, it depends when you buy it.
Yeah, that's probably the way to. Don't do it in hurricane season.
No.
On a good note, showing once again that I have no life though. The home theater did work very well.
Great.
Over the weekend. Now that worked real well, and the guy works hours setting it up perfectly. And of course, I was off site for what would be my first movie on the home theater, and of course, I got to watch Stuart Little 2. That was my first one. It's very impressive, though. It's good in the surround sound to watch the little mouse fly that airplane. That was good, and so that shows once again, where once you have children and that many children, they're going to overrun you because all you want is just happiness.
Sure.
In the house. So I got to watch Stuart Little 2. That was also going real well, and everything was perfect right up till Boomer decided he wanted to play video games on it, and he didn't like the brightness of it on his video game, and readjusted the whole picture. So that was good, and after the guy had spent hours dialing it in just perfect. So that's going to be that was fun.
Did he need to brighten it up or turn it down?
No, he brightened it right on up.
So now everything's real bright.
Yeah. Well, and what's so weird is when you have to make that hard call. I mean, the guy's got it all set up on one little remote control. And I mean, there's like 10 or 12 remote controls over here, and he zeroed them into one.
Right. Hang on to those. Though.
Yeah. Well, that's what Boomer was doing his adjustments with, one he'd found over there.
Yeah.
And it was kind of an embarrassing moment when I had to get a 12-year-old to come back and get the picture right on it again because I didn't know how to do it, and he did, and dial it back in somewhat. So that was good. So look, it was just another weekend at the Burgess. It's all number one.
What do you have a plan? I mean, when you have a hole in your roof, well, who do you call first? I mean, what do you do?
Well, my first call was a guy who I know can't wait for a year to pass is my builder who I know I'm getting on his nerves.
Is he counting the days?
Yeah, the builder of my house rules the day that he came in and said, I've got a house laid out here that I think is perfect for your family. In his mind, he thought that was going to be a good experience for him.
Sure.
And, to build this home. And
he might even in the back of his mind thought he might make profit when it's all said and done.
There were times I know that he's thought, I wish the first time the Burgesses called up and had the first problem, I wish I'd just taken a bulldozer and leveled it to the ground.
Sure.
I could have got out better.
Sure.
So he'll be back. I guess I don't know who. If I guess the air conditioning company covers. I don't know how that works.
Rick, I think now's a key time that you should get out around your house.
Yeah.
And I know you've had some landscaping done, but look where they pushed up dirt, where they cleared bushes for some small headstones.
Yes.
Yeah. Just just survey that area.
Yeah. But did any of y'all think I would get into a new house smoothly?
21 minutes now past the hour as we roll through another one. So looking at some of the things coming in on the text option, which is 866-932-3244. A lot of comments, and oddly still also including someone who wants us to help them find their FedEx package. But let's get to this. I think what Peter Navarro is talking about isn't the Elon interview. He's talking about the rallies. Some of you are saying, hey, I heard the interview, thought it was great. He did everything y'all think he needs to do. The left, of course, says it was a disaster, but I don't pay any attention to that. I'm more concerned about what those of us that are trying to get him elected think about, how it went. And all of you are saying that you think that the Elon Musk interview went fine, so that's good. I don't think that's what Navarro was commenting on. What he was commenting on is some of the stuff that's going on at the rallies, that we need to try to win over those people that are going to decide the election. So we've heard some of the comments from Trump, and it sounds like as far as what he communicated, a lot of you on the text are saying who listened to it thought it was great. But let's have a listen now to the left, because remember, we need to be clear, those of you that haven't decided, you got to be thinking about what the other choice is going to do. And first of all, you can see what they've done. Doesn't look great. I'm not enjoying it. I don't think any of you are either. But when you think about some of the things that will be hard to do, I think some of the people will be hard to do. Like I saw an interview where a person who had piercings and tattoos and another trans person, they've already been brainwashed that if Trump, I don't know where they're getting this, if Trump's elected, they won't be able to live their lives. They'll be put in some concentration camp somewhere.
Now, what about Rachel Maddow? She was going to go to the big fenced-in area too, for re-education.
Right.
I don't know where they're getting this. Trump's not saying that. As a matter of fact, when you talk about someone who's a populist more than a conservative, he doesn't really weigh in on these social issues very much. And so I think you're going to be okay. As a matter of fact, you can have all your piercings and tattoos and maybe be able to afford your groceries. But let's start with Kamala Harris. She's now pledging to release all criminal illegal immigrants, or migrants, I should say, from detention centers on day one. All right, so here she is.
Hi, my name is Sally Hartman. I'm a volunteer with the Center for Worker Justice. Okay. I want to know, when you become president, would you be committing to close immigration detention centers?
Absolutely, on day one. On day one. And thank you.
All right, so if you're concerned about unvetted people being released into the country after your job, or maybe those that might be unsafe, and we have seen that some are. So let's not act like that's not true, okay? There's people that are coming here, believe it or not, they're not all searching for the American dream, sadly. And that's why we vet people, and if we can improve legal immigration, I'm all for that, because we have legal immigrants that have been nothing but a blessing to this country.
They built the country.
And there's been some illegal immigrants that have been a blessing to the country. I understand that, but the word illegal is the problem, because as they're coming in, so are other people that are not so good and evil and dangerous. So she says, I'm releasing them into society day one. So if that bothers you, she wouldn't be your choice. That wouldn't be a good choice.
Right.
Now, Tim Walz is going to go further and says those of us that want a border wall, he's going to let us know how he feels about that.
I would say this, that I just am waiting to find out how high that wall is, because then if it's 30 foot tall, you can go invest in the 35-foot ladder. There's money to be made here,
So he says if we build a wall 30 feet, he'll be sure that people who want to get a 35-foot ladder and hit. So if you're bothered by an unvetted border, this is not your group, right?
Yes,
I mean,
would say not.
they're not hiding that. Now, if you don't have a problem with that, then sure.
Musk and Trump were talking last night, and they both agreed that if we have 4 more years of this open border policy, I try not to exaggerate. I try not to do that. I try to just honestly stick to the facts. Both of them were saying that we would have trouble having a country after that, because it would mean 50 million people. And they both talked about how these dictators in some of these South American countries are taking advantage of this.
Well,
They're
yeah,
taking
they are.
advantage of our
Of course
open
they are.
border
Of course
by
they are.
purging their own country of ne'er-do-wells, or whatever you want to call them, people that are not good people that are bad for your country. These people, these dictators in South America are taking advantage of that and sending them straight to the United States.
So yeah, and even
Well,
in that,
Castro emptied his jail
Of
that
course
time
he
they had
did.
the Cuban boat left. Oh, y'all, come on.
Where do you think Tony Montana came from?
If you think being the press secretary for Joe Biden was hard, try trying to do it for Kamala Harris. Here's Karine Jean-Pierre. She's asked a pretty simple question: Kamala's biggest achievement.
What does the president see as the vice president's biggest achievement during their time in office together?
So look, because they've been partners, those achievements have been done, certainly, those historic, unprecedented achievements have been done together. I'll say this, the president believes in the vice president leadership, her temperament, her experience, and he has said this himself. One of the proudest decisions that he made in 2020 was selecting her as vice president because he believed that she can go on day one. And you've seen them do that together on day one of this administration. That doesn't change. I'm not going to parse out anything from here. They have been partners. She's been a critical partner for this president for during this term, and will continue to do so. You will see them together on Thursday in Maryland, where they would talk about their next announcement on lowering costs for the American people.
There's not a specific policy achievement, it's a comprehensive whole.
I would say it's a comprehensive whole.
Yeah. I'm not going to parse out one. We'd like for you to
name one.
I mean, it's just one. We didn't ask you to do a list. We asked you to do one. You got to understand this Timmy Walls fellow. Look back to COVID.
I mean, the old folksy governor. Rick?
Yeah, and George Floyd
like
writes. Listen to some of the things that Walls did during the COVID deal. He was one of those that wanted all of us to be locked away forever. Here we go.
Yeah, this is a flashback to the beginning of COVID lockdowns.
And if you pay attention, you'll hear the police say, get in the house. You'll hear several commands, and then you'll hear, light them up. And then that's when you get the fire.
This is Tim Walz ordering police to enforce the curfew by shooting residents that were on their porches with paintballs. This happened in 2020.
Look at
police
this.
walking the streets, shooting people on their porches
with paintballs
in Minneapolis under Tim Walz's orders.
Now I want you to think about that. All right, think of every tyrannical government you've ever thought of. Tim Walz had law enforcement walking your neighborhood, and if you stood on your own porch, they would shoot you with paintball guns like a dog to get back in your house.
No way.
Yes, they had a hotline set up where you could tattle on your neighbors.
Oh, the Nazis.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now, that is Nazi-like.
Now, remember, Tim Walz will call Donald Trump a fascist. Don't miss that.
Right.
And
you talking about old Coach?
But he's actually governed as a fascist, so we can see it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean, y'all been with me for years. Have I ever had anything happen and it runs smoothly? Ever? Name one. It's never happened.
The good news about that door that goes out to that area, as time goes on, Sherry will store enough stuff in there that there's no way anybody can get out there. It'll be better than a locked door.
Well, you might want to lay that plywood first. I guess that would be step one. So you can actually walk in there and not
unless you're very good at balancing it on the
But you know, Rick, there's a lot of things.
Might want to get a lock on that door too if you have small children that can just walk right in.
Yes. There's a lot of things we probably predicted among the staff that would happen, but your son stuck in the wall probably was not one of them. The fact that
I'm always here to catch y'all out just when y'all think y'all got me dialed in.
Rick,
Now
he was
somebody
stuck in the wall.
See,
how in the world did she crawl up in the attic?
She's super, look, I've seen her dive in and save them. I mean, she can do it all. And the best part she said is when they were screaming in the house, Brandy screaming, and Sherry screaming back, Boomer like looking around, the air conditioning guy. See, it was hard to get him on the rescue mission because he was still trying to.
Was he dangling too? Did we have both of them hung?
No,
or was
he had just come out and was wandering aimlessly in the yard trying to gather himself after falling through the ceiling. Brandy said she was screaming, "It's an emergency!" And he was like, "Huh?" like that. She said, it took me a while to get him focused. I said, Brandy.
Well, he almost fell through the roof. He was visibly shaking.
I said, you realize, you being a lady, you don't understand this. The way I figure, the way his leg went through, he took a pretty good shot to the crotch.
Yes. Yeah. He's probably trying to walk it off.
Yeah, because look, if you're like this and one leg is gone and it's flying through, let's face it, you hit up on that stud pretty good, don't you?
Rick, should we put yellow police tape all around your house and just make sure that no one else gets near it?
You know what was so funny, though? My family, most people would say, yeah, we had a tough time this weekend. One of our kids went out and got stung by a bee. See, we laugh at that kind of stuff. I mean, we'll trump that with, hey, was your 4-year-old stuck in behind the wall? Did he fall through and be somewhere inside the house you couldn't find him? It was like a bad Willy Wonka dream or something.
So you just listened for the voice? Is that what you did?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Babu, real quiet.
Yeah, and then she finally reached down and rescued him. Tell you one thing, though, he won't go back in there. I'll just point at the door and he'll just go. So.
Is it true he won't watch Pink Panther either?
No. There's a lot of, he just screams insulation now. We'll squirt him down with a hose again.
Rick, it could have been worse, though. It could have happened over your home theater room. Just think about that.
Well, yeah.
Well, it could have been worse, but not much.
Yeah. No. What I love, though, my family, it starts out early in the weekend, bothered by the light fixture swinging in that bathroom and insulation everywhere. Before you know it, I'm in there with a sit-down reading a magazine.
Yeah.
Just got,
Step right over.
Yeah, look, got the light just right above, I'm like, hey,
How about this? You can read better. It's closer.
Hey, I like this. There's a good fan in here. It's a lot of privacy. So what? You know what? Look, you sit there, look, get ready to sit down, insulation. Yeah.
Don't ever look us for peace and quiet, Rick.
Let me tell you what's great about that light hanging right here. You can read really good. I flipped it on, look, had a good light. Look,
you might even get a tan.
Right. Let's see what's happening with the war. I may just leave it like this. I might not even fix it. Just tell people that's the way we want it. Huh?
You got to use the newspaper
what type of decorating is this? Oh, this is the Nazaria look. It's something we've been working on. See where the J-Dam come through the roof?
Right. I'll give my home theater. I'll give it 2 weeks before it's completely destroyed. All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. Let's go phone calls. Phone troll today. Helmsy is headed in there to grab them. America, you can join us right now. Let your voice be heard at 866-WE-BE-BIG. 866-WE-BE-BIG. 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people. Shortest amount of time. No meaningless shout-outs. No shameless plugs. All those will receive the instant buzzer. This is designed to get a lot of content in here in a short period of time. While you're dialing, and if you dial now, the lines are available. Let me point you. We just talked about maybe Tim Walz is in charge of your city and you don't feel safe. simplysafe.com/bigbox. Go there now. This is the best security system in the industry. They have really changed the landscape of security systems, and it started out because they had friends who were renters that couldn't get a security system because they were too intrusive. You couldn't take them with you, and the landlords wouldn't let them. So they started thinking, surely with modern technology, we can come up with a security system They can be installed, without help. It can be taken with you if you move, and it's not intrusive to the home. And they did it with modern technology. So if you would like to get your system, just go to simplysafe.com/bigvox. Save 20% right now. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. Their live guard protection, nothing touches it. I mean, they're monitoring your property. They can see things happening in real time. Now, it seems obvious that you would think, well, they can see, burglars breaking in. Yeah, that's important, and they can even interact with them and get help there quicker. But also, say you're not home and they see a fire that started. I've seen these videos where people's dogs that were left at the house started fires.
Chew through a battery?
Chew through batteries or things like that. Maybe there's a flood that's a pipe burst or something like that. They can also see that. Carbon monoxide poisoning. They'll get an alert, wake everybody up. So if you'd like to find out more, nothing's better. U.S. News and World Report already voted it best customer service and best system 5 years in a row. So go to simplysafe.com/bigvox. Take care of what matters most. Get 20% off, or just use our link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So phone calls coming in. We're troll form at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We were just watching that ridiculous video of Tim Walz having law enforcement shooting paintball guns at people standing on their own porch during COVID lockdown. And, somebody said, light them up. I don't remember the Andy Griffith ever speaking like that.
No.
But let me tell you something, Tim Walz. You wouldn't have got away with that where we live.
No.
You come down there shooting us with paintball guns, we're going to shoot back. Okay, so you wouldn't get away with that on the crest, I promise you.
Yeah.
And then the whole time calling Trump a fascist.
Yeah.
And,
how about that?
And then during George Floyd riots, he let the entire city just burn. Yeah. So you can't be on your porch during COVID, but if you're protesting George Floyd, then you can burn the entire city.
Yeah. And nobody shoots paintball guns at you, or any guns.
This is Minneapolis on fire in 2020.
Yeah. We got to remember this, guys. This is not a hard decision in November. Take personalities out. You got to take personalities out.
Yeah.
Let's talk about policy. Let's talk about ideology. This is crucial. We can't mess this up in November. To the phones we go. Zach in Wetumpka. Zach, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. How are you guys doing
good.
this morning?
We're good, buddy.
We're good.
Good. Dropping the kids off at school. I was wondering if y'all may have talked about the X conversation last night with Trump. Did it sound like he had some dental work done lately, or was his microphone messed up? What do you guys think?
Well, we did just talk about it. I didn't hear it. Adler said he did. He didn't hear what people are talking about. It might have been what you were listening to it on. Did you hear it, Zach?
Yeah, we listened to the feed on X. I don't think it was live, but it was the recording from Musk's account, and we thought, well, that sounded weird. I didn't know if it was his mic or if he had some dental work done.
The press is saying it sounded weird. Adler didn't think. We played some of it. It didn't sound weird, so I don't really know. But you said it was a weird experience for you, so I guess it was in some places.
Well, they're going to use it. They're going to use something against him. It was a good interview, so they got to have some kind of negative.
Yeah, but you're saying you agree with him. You don't think it was good quality.
I think the audio was poor quality, but the content was great. I think he did a good job.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, watching this shot right here, just in the room with Trump, he doesn't sound weird, but over the live stream, it did sound a little bit odd, and it did sound like he had a little bit of a lisp. I don't know why that was that way.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. 866 we be big, but to your point, Zach, all the stories today have nothing to do with content and everything to do with he sounded weird. So, but I'm going back to this. I don't care about sounding weird. I don't care about personalities. We got to change the direction of this country.
Yes.
Jerry in Boaz. Jerry, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Jerry.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, guys. I was just calling just to see about when the big year-ender, show-ender is going to be, because I'm planning on taking a vacation day and watching it on YouTube.
It'll be 12/13, I think, right? The 13th of December?
Yep, Friday the 13th.
I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah, 13th.
Okay, well, that sounds good. Thanks, guys. Thanks for all the laughs over the years.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, man.
Thank you for supporting us all those years. Get it on the calendar, December 13th. Derek, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Derek?
No, this is Jerry.
Well, okay, he must have thought you said Derek. Because that's all right. But go ahead, Jerry. All right, go ahead.
Jerry from Steer. Hey, guys.
Hey, Jerry.
Just a quick thing here. Give you a couple quick updates. We talked yesterday. I was at the rally in Sturgis. But Kristi Noem sent out a little Instagram post about why she stood up in the middle between Harvey and Indian and said these words before the governor's ride. This is where we fit in the middle.
Well, wish we could have heard it.
Jerry, we can't hear you. I guess that's why we're calling you Derek. Sorry
about that. Can you hear me now?
Try it one more time.
Can you hear me now?
Well, we'll never hear me. We'll never hear it now.
Or not.
We'll never hear it now.
What
does that say? C? Welcome to the show. What's your name?
C.
Steve? All right, Steve, go ahead.
C, but that's okay.
Oh, it is
I'm
C.
saying I'm not saying my real name because
okay.
Yeah, the letter C.
Okay.
I'm an actor in Alabama, and what's crazy, I saw a post the other day about accusing Trump of using AI to show bigger crowds at his events and stuff. But what's funny is I got a casting notice that showed the Harris administration paying people to come to their events. All expenses paid. Flights, expenses to New York City for people from the South to come to their events. I thought that was extremely crazy.
This is important. You got a timeout for Bubba because this is important. So you are an actor,
Sure.
which means you would get, I have a son that's an actor, same thing. You get all these prompts of possibilities of how you could, get a gig and make some money. And you're saying that,
That's right.
this is not a rumor, that you saw the prompts that the Harris campaign is trying to hire people to come to events.
That's right. They're putting good use to that record fundraising that they got.
Yeah.
They're paying people to come to their events. So yeah, it's just crazy. I saw that, and I've never seen Republican Party paying anybody to come to their events. I mean, Trump doesn't need to, but I just think it's crazy because this industry is the entertainment industry is very liberal.
Oh yeah,
very
So they would
few
have
of us conservatives.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, they're fishing in a loaded pond. If they need actors, hey baby, they got access.
Yep, I got them.
That's important. Remember that. This is a guy not saying. He said, "Look, I got the notice myself." So that's important because you got a lot of misinformation mixed in with propaganda, and somewhere in there's the truth. Let's go to Brent in Lineville, Alabama. Brent, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. Love you guys.
Thank
Appreciate you. Been listening to you guys for years. Gonna miss y'all.
Thank you.
I was going to see if you need to go online and look up a clip from an Australian morning news program where they interview the Australian breakdancer lady. Yeah. And it is hilarious as you play her breakdancing in the background. And they're asking her about how did she come to this? How did she land on this? And she talks about all the degrees that she has in various dance.
That's all right. Thank you. That's a great tip. Jonathan in Enterprise. Jonathan, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Always loved y'all.
Thank you.
Bubba.
Yes.
You are known for stellar dressing. How are you going to handle the new JSU dress code?
Well, I just still wear what I wear.
Really? Are they making you dress any differently?
Not yet. Not that I'm aware of.
Tie.
Yeah. And I will say that Bubba and I both are throwing better pictures than we did in the old days. We dress a little
I ain't
bit.
seen a jersey in I don't know
Yeah,
when.
we dress a little bit better than we did. I mean, not a lot, but I mean a little bit better. I think what you're doing now will work.
Well, if you're not having to get up at 3 o'clock, you probably can get more decent clothes on.
Yeah.
At 3 o'clock, you just let have anything on.
That's true.
Pajama pants.
All right, we'll come back. I just saw this. Greg, see if you can find the story. Battle between two members of the supergroup Journey.
I'm looking at it right now.
All right, print that out. Let's have a look-see. Is it Jonathan Cain and Neil?
Sean, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're on tour together.
With Jonathan Cain is with them right now?
Oh, yeah.
While they're suing each other.
I
Is he still married to Paula White?
That I don't know.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's from that
It's
CD,
the,
but it's the wrong
yeah.
cut.
That's not I'm a butcher cutting the meat. Look,
You know what? It's very clear Don Juan dubbed that in. You know, if it had been Coolio, he'd have had it right. I mean, that's all right, Dave. I don't know all of Eminem's songs. I mean, after Slim Shady, I'm a little gray, you know.
I'm sorry, Mama. I didn't mean to cut there. I saw it on here somewhere.
Now, is this a new story? I thought this had been out, though.
We hadn't talked about it. It's an update. We have never talked about it here on the program yet, I think, is the whole deal. Because I didn't know PETA was involved, and I know there were some people that were upset, and now PETA's trying to get some attention on it, and we'll give them all the attention they want. Now, they're probably not going to like our attention because we always reveal them as the idiotic militants that they are.
Rick, that doesn't sound like it either, to be honest.
Here backwards. CD2 is where CD2 used to be, and it's here CD1, where 2 used to be.
How about it is a little difficult on that particular CD to tell you what it is.
Roxanne, what's going on with the IGMOs at PETA now?
PETA protesters writing and emailing Donald Rumsfeld saying, bring the dolphins home. They do not want dolphins used in the war effort. The animals are trained by the Navy to detect underwater mines. I watched a special all about this the other night.
It's incredible.
And no matter how much our technology advances, the dolphins just do it better, and they enjoy it, and they're treated very well. 98% of them survive this process more than they do like at SeaWorld. It's amazing. And we haven't lost a dolphin yet in this process, but PETA says bring him home. And it's not just the dolphins they're upset about. They do not want GIs to use chickens and pigeons to detect a chemical attack. This is PETA's argument. They say that wars are human endeavors and that animals never enlisted.
You want to start?
It's just, first off, how much tax does PETA pay? Okay, none. But what a bunch of idiots. How about the dolphins are smarter than the PETA people? I will agree with that. Okay. Well, let's put them in the water and let them find mines. Now, look, and I've heard when I'm talking about it, they act like the dolphins go up, hit the mine, and kill the dolphins. That isn't what they do. They mark them. If you had seen this, you would know that.
How about the dolphins, from what I saw, are put into the open water?
Oh, yeah.
They could leave if they wanted to.
Rick, they could head south and go to wherever they wanted to, Bora Bora, I mean, whatever. They enjoy doing it. I mean, you know, and we've seen dolphins when we were fishing. I mean, what else they got to do? Follow around a bunch of chartered boats off the coast of Pensacola and catch the fish. It's too small, you got to throw back?
How about this?
I mean, you get tired of that after a while.
How about this? The dolphin does not have a very busy itinerary.
He's got a lot of time on his fins, so to speak.
I mean, to me, you can tell in their face that they're excited. It's like they have this look on their little dolphin face. Hey, we got something to do.
Yeah,
well, they have a permanent smile on their face.
Yeah.
They're having a good time.
They're loving it, and they can leave whenever they want to. How about this? I wouldn't be upset if they run into mines and blowing them up, if they were protecting human life.
If it had to be. But they don't even do that.
And I'm going to tell you this, and it's going to bother some of you, and some of you not going to like it. To me, when we start taking out pieces of dolphin and tuna, it doesn't taste as good. Am I the only one that feels that way?
You know, I'm not a big tuna eater.
You know how we catch them in a tuna net every now and then and just kind of grind it up and put it in there? To me, the tuna tasted better.
That's what Charlie said.
Mm-hmm. You ever eaten dolphin? It's not bad.
Yes, I have. Mahi-mahi, isn't that dolphin?
It is.
That's a fancy way of saying it.
It's a different.
You know what's funny? We protest if we get our dolphin tangled up in our tuna, but you just order it right off the menu. It's okay.
Yeah. Well,
I know there's a little difference.
It's a different.
It's close.
It's in the dolphin family.
It's close.
But these dolphins are helping human beings. What's wrong with that? Then that shouldn't. Us including them in important endeavor, doesn't that make us like we're putting the animal in a place of
well, Rick,
respect?
Here's the point. Like you said, I know they're trained to do this, but they can leave anytime they want. Okay. It isn't like we got little dolphin shock collars on them. Okay. So they can head out. They're enjoying it. I mean, you know, and I hate to, you know, steal the line, but I mean, what else have they got to do?
Yeah.
You know, swim around, look for sharks. I mean, what?
I mean,
hit them on the nose and take off. I mean.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you guys for being with us again today. Well, it's Bubba. Who would have ever? It's a story that is old as time. I know you and I are both shocked that there's a band that can't get along. A band that's out on the road. Now, Greg checked. We wondered since this story came out, have they stopped this tour? But apparently they haven't.
No, they're on tour with Def Leppard Stadium.
Journey is on tour with Def Leppard. Now, when we talk of modern-day Journey, we talk about the Steve Perry sound-alike, who is
Arnell.
Arnell, who is...
How do you say his last name?
Pin something.
Is he...
It's Pineda.
Is he
Panetta?
Is he Korean?
Panetta?
Korean?
No, he's from Philippines.
Philippines.
Yeah.
Filipino.
And they found him on YouTube singing.
Online, yeah.
Filipino sound-alike.
Did you really have him as a Korean?
I didn't know.
He's good, and
I
does.
struggle landing Asians where they belong.
Sure.
I mean, when it comes to their heritage.
Sure.
You know, maybe call me. I can't spot a Vietnamese unless I'm at a nail salon. When it comes down to Filipino,
Well, you know, they tried.
Right.
They tried a couple. I know at least one other, but
Right.
he's pretty much stuck.
Yeah.
And Bubba, you saw that one of the ones that didn't
Yes.
make it.
Well, I think I saw the one in the middle.
Yeah, I think
right.
you did.
But he sounded good too.
Right.
I mean, they could put on a heck of a concert.
Right. So it's
The two main
When
guys
you're
are fine.
when you're singing like Steve Perry, there's probably only a few on the globe can
That's
get
true.
close to that.
Yeah, and he does a great job. And so they've been very successful with him, and he's been with them a lot longer than we probably all know. And so Neil Schon, the original, Jonathan Cain, who has been the keyboard player for a very, very long time. And then did they bring back the original drummer?
Now, don't forget. No,
Right.
no, that was another lawsuit.
Okay.
The original drummer and the bass player
Okay.
are the one they tried to grab control of everything, and they sued and threw them out.
Okay.
That's been, I think, about 4 years ago.
Then we had the run where Randy played bass for him on the one
Forgot
tour.
about that even. Yeah, he came back.
Randy
Jackson.
Randy Jackson, yeah.
Does
from American Idol.
Does Jonathan Cain remind you a little bit, especially in his younger days, of the actor that played MacGyver?
Yes. Yes,
No,
he
that's
does.
a lot, don't
Yes,
Yeah.
he does.
What's
yes,
his
he
name?
does.
Harry Dean Stanton, something weird.
And, you know, Jonathan Cain kind of went on a bit of a interesting journey when he married Paula White.
Yeah, now that
Are they still married?
That I think. I think.
Yeah, so that
can't
was
really give you any info on that.
I just remember seeing his face at some Paula White conference, and it looked like his face said as he was playing the piano, "I am actually in Journey." You know, but anyway, so
Rick,
he helped write some of their biggest hits.
All this started by a post on social media.
Mm-hmm.
Neil Schon shared a response to a fan who commented, "There's a lot of rumors about the band living its final days because you and your wife can't stop spending the band's money. Is this true?"
Uh-oh.
Neil Schon called it absolute rubbish. He says, "I don't know why people believe the media. If anything she's done makes us a lot of money by attaining the trademark, which he said cost quite a lot of money." I don't know what he's referring to.
Well, so does that,
now he says that him, Jonathan Cain, and Arnell are all benefiting from the band's success. He says they're splitting the money 3 ways.
So he says this is the second time, or he didn't say that in the story. It says the second time Jonathan. Yeah, it is him. Jonathan Cain has sued me for the same thing we've already been through in court. That case was dropped by both of us. We both agreed to drop and move forward with prejudice. This means that you never open it again. Well, here we are again. So he said, Jonathan, I thought we've already went to court on this once. We agreed to drop it, and we're not supposed to be doing this again. Now you're bringing it up again.
Okay, and this story says Cain did file a lawsuit against Schon on July the 24th, detailing what he claimed was Sean's overspending, although in a statement he insisted the aim of the suit was to get the court to appoint a third independent director to serve on the band's Freedom 2020 board in order to deal with growing issues between the two. So he's wanting wanting a referee.
So Jonathan Cain is saying, look, we're all older. We're splitting this 3 ways, but what we split is net. I think you're unnecessarily putting us in really expensive
he said
hotels.
They had limits, on what you could spend. Yeah. He was going way over it.
Private airplanes versus maybe we could, but get on the bus. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Since he put that in there, I don't know why he would say that plane wasn't necessary that time. I guess he thought they could have gone on that one on the bus. I don't know. But Neil Schon seems to say, I thought we've been through this. You're doing it again. And I guess, are we to take from this that Neil Schon's wife is somehow
business manager.
A business manager for them?
It says here in
Sounds
2020, by the way, that you referred to, they fired him and Kane together, turned on the bass player and the drummer, because they were attempting a coup over the Journey trademark. So this trademark thing's a big thing. Plus, Steve Perry, he wanted to cancel the trademark. It says for 20 Journey songs they hold. I guess it's some legal thing. They're arguing over who owns what.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of lawsuits involved.
A lot of Journey lawsuits. And where's Steve Perry in all this? Did they just pay him off?
Now, why does
Steve Perry continues to earn royalties from their catalog, including hits like So he's fine. He's doing okay.
He's fine. Why is he wanting the trademark canceled?
That was Steve. It says right here, petition filed by former singer Steve Perry to cancel trademark registrations for maybe get them off of it, and him be the only one.
Well, I started to say if he's trying to cancel it, he's probably wanting to file it for himself.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, and I guess that's what Jonathan is reminding. Neil Sean is reminding Jonathan Kane. My wife actually helped us win that against Steve. Yeah. And it cost us a lot of money, and so she's been good to us.
Yeah.
She's done a good job for us.
And it says Perry.
So now I'm going to fly her in a private jet everywhere.
Yeah. Perry gets a share of the touring proceeds now.
Does he?
So he had a pretty good settlement. Sounds like.
And Bubba,
the last time I saw Steve Perry was at a Giants game.
Yes.
Did y'all see that video? And they're playing, and he starts singing in the stands, but he's not performing.
And Bubba, do you know what band Jonathan Kane was in before he came to Journey?
Jonathan Kane was in. I can't remember, Rick.
With our friend, that's been on here quite, John Waite.
Yep.
He was in the Babies.
Yep.
John Waite and Jonathan Kane were members of the Babies.
Not a great band name.
No, not a great band name. Every Time I Think of You. Good song.
Good song.
Isn't it time? Good. Great song.
Yeah.
Those are all Jonathan Kane. He was involved in all that.
He was really Waite's such a good singer. I mean, when we had him in the studio, he was just excellent.
Of course, we thought we were closer.
Haven't heard from him in a while. He makes you feel like
yes, he does. Oh, I thought to myself, I picture myself co-writing a song with him. So here we go again. But what's weird is I expected with them being in this battle for the tour to be over, but I guess. The Eagles told us about this. The Eagles, when they said, when hell freezes over, we'll get back together, because they hated each other so much.
Oh, well, they got to fighting on stage one night, and then it carried into the parking lot.
But they said one of the formulas of getting back together is they all travel separate, and they have separate dressing rooms, and they don't see each other till they step on stage.
Yep, they just perform.
I believe this.
And they do the thing they enjoy doing together, and they don't do the stuff they don't enjoy. And so and they'll kind of do their own thing, and they have banked it. They're in the Sphere right now in LA, in Las Vegas. If they're not there yet, they're about to be there. They may already be there.
I've seen them twice. I would love to see them at that location. I'd like to see anything in that location.
Yeah, sure.
The Sphere.
So Journey fans, it appears an old battle has resurfaced, but they're pros, so when you go to see them, you'll probably never know.
Yeah. Come on, guys, don't stop believing.
Top of the hour, if you leave us, have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got little dolphin shock collars on them, okay? So they can head out. They're enjoying it. I mean, and I hate to, steal the line, but I mean, what else have they got to do?
Yeah.
Swim around, look for sharks. I mean, what?
I mean,
hit them on the nose and take off. I mean,
well, what about this too? Like the chicken and the pigeon thing, please.
Oh, really?
Please, a pigeon?
A
Come
chicken?
on.
We got more pigeon. A chicken? A chicken's nothing but a plant with legs.
It really is.
It's a vegetable with a chance.
And a pigeon's just a rat with wings.
Yeah. Oh, nasty old pigeon. Pigeon is what a nasty animal that is.
This is Speedy's chance to do his pigeon imitation. We hear about 8 times a year.
He really does a good pigeon.
How about this? Do you remember at Anniston Army Depot when they had buffalo out there as an early warning signs that there was a leak?
You gotta have talent with your tongue, right?
To me personally, I'd like for it to be a little more high tech than the buffalo's dead, everybody run. But
We'll turn
Look, the pigeon's sick. We better get out of here.
Will the Turner South show the next time?
I don't know. We'll hopefully be back after the break.
Rick and Bubba.
Valley studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. We thank you for being with us today. Speedy on vacation, but the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here today as we move forward. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us today.
Yes, thank you all for being here all across the nation. And, of course, those of you that are wandering around the lobby here searching for Sweet 200.
Yep.
So I had more 200s yesterday.
Yeah, I saw some out there.
It's the new thing is that now they're almost, some of them are starting it even in the parking lot now. You look like you're wandering around. Let me guess, Sweet 200.
Sweet 200.
How did you know? Well, I'm prophetic.
Well, one of my favorite things is just about as you start to walk into the bathroom.
Yeah.
Act like you're having a conversation with somebody and say, "Yeah, I'm headed up to Sweet 200 right after this."
Just to watch them light up like a light.
Where'd I go?
You say Sweet 200? I'm still a little confused why no one seems to get that 200 would have to be on the second floor.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know why they
well,
think
if
it's
you've
on
been
the
to
first.
hospital parking deck, you realize that that's not always the way they number it. But to me, I would think that would be number 2.
I've come to the conclusion that if you've ever watched the Chronicles of Narnia, and the kids entered into Narnia by going through what was that thing they went through that the wardrobe, yeah. I think Sweet 200 is a wardrobe. There's no way that many things could be there.
There's a lot in there.
Every single thing anybody needs, it's a Sweet 200.
Yeah.
What is this Sweet 200? Is it the wardrobe to Narnia?
It really it's the business. It's the business portal to all kind of things because they have a whole bunch of. It's like they sublet little offices up there.
Do you know that not one person that I found in the lobby has ever asked me for any other sweet?
No,
not one.
Right. Not one.
Not one. So anyway, all right. So we finished the one last little journey comment. Apparently, Neil Sean has multiple ex-wives.
Yeah, I don't know about 7 or 8, but
a lot of people say that's what kept Don Henley on the road.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you'll build up a number of ex-wives, you'll keep working.
Oh
yeah.
You'll be out there. So anyway, all right. So now we get into Gavin Newsom. Bubba, do you think that Gavin Newsom could still come out of the woodwork if this Kamala Harris thing falls apart at the convention? The convention should be getting ever close, isn't it?
It is. Next week.
Yeah, just a few weeks.
Yes.
I see the way what he does and the way he carries himself. I still don't think he's give up on this.
Mm-hmm.
I think he is going to be right there ready at the convention to step in if they cannot get a full vote. And how would that happen?
Right.
If you saw a very negative story about the vice president come out days before the convention, that might be an inside job.
Well, so Gavin Newsom is now going out, and politicians will just say anything. There's this license that they're given, and I think what they do is they hope you just won't research it. They probably get most of it right. I don't go and research everything somebody says, but and most of us won't put the effort in. But here's Gavin Newsom who's going to claim that it's a fact, and that word's important, that energy costs are lower in California than Texas or Florida.
I'd have to stop the tape on that one.
Yeah, well,
take a look at that.
Let's hear how he tries to explain it to us. Here we go.
And as far as on the energy topic, I live in Woodland, and I'm actually a customer of Valley Clean Energy. And I can tell you my power bills have not gone down. And I'm curious, when should California see some financial benefit to this transformation to renewables?
Well, I think we have. That wind, the water, and solar has kept prices down. This is the cheapest form of energy right out here, this technology. It's had a significant impact on what you don't see. Our nation-leading climate policies have also had a significant impact of rebating customers, including $146 just this month that will be going out on average to customers, millions and millions of customers through our cap and trade program to offset their utility costs. Our nation-leading energy efficiency program allows me to lay claim to this fact. It's been PolitiFact. You can check it as well. So the fact that California has lower residential utility bills than states like Texas, states like Florida, and others that tout or mislead you with information that, with respect, is not or should not be in evidence because of the energy efficiency programs in this state.
Oh,
Wait a
hold the
second.
tape there,
Whoa!
pal.
Well,
I ain't buying that one.
Whoa!
Governor.
Well, are we still having blackouts? Did we do that?
The
We'll shut
rolling
it off?
blackout. Does that count? Do you get to average that in when your lights are off?
Yeah. Bubba, you're not using energy then.
Now,
You're right.
The numbers that we have
Yeah,
here,
the
and I don't
researchers-
know what
yeah.
he's quoting. You know,
Well,
you
Bubba,
can
remember he
quote
said it's
anything
things you
want to.
can't see.
Right.
There's
yeah.
things you.
Well, there's a lot of things I can't
You
see.
can't see.
And the shovel he's using is
Right,
one of them.
right.
We show that a kilowatt hour in California is 34.3 cents. Is that right, Adler? On this sheet?
Yeah.
Versus 14 in Texas and in Florida.
I'm no math major, but that's lower.
That's half of
Yeah.
what California says.
Only
listen. I
yeah.
understand he wants to be all solar and wind.
Sure.
Now he said water. I didn't think they damn.
I was about to say water. Now we're turning turbines now.
You got to dam a river up to get that right. Which here in our state, buddy, we'll throw you a dam in there in a minute. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I
Damn
don't,
right.
And I don't mean you're mad about it.
Yeah.
Give you a tour, everything.
Yep.
But
so look, I love hydro, but I think he is really playing loose with the figures there at best, if not out lying.
California has higher electricity costs than 90% of the country. The national average, California's are 90 to 95% higher
But
than the
now
national average.
He claimed also that he was pointing to the solar panels about how cheap that energy was. But how we're going to quantify all of that is a different thing. Is it cheap now that it's installed, or is it cheap when you still got to buy the land, buy the solar panels, put it up, and it may be cheap, but it ain't worth the plastic it's built on a rainy day.
Well, also, Bubba, you've told us this problems all along. I don't care how cheap something is if there's not enough power generated to run what I need.
Yeah, it can be cheap if I'm sitting in the dark.
Right.
I haven't really gained anything.
But only a leftist.
I like that AC.
Because remember, we literally saw videos the other day of a woman that said saying 2 + 2 is 4 is racist. And because for some people it may be 5.
No,
only the left can come up with something so insane.
Because they would be incorrect.
So if I can go down that road, I don't have any problem standing up, looking you in the eye, and saying it's a fact that 34.3 cents is lower than 14.7 and 14 even.
Yeah,
I guess a leftist could tell us 34 is lower than 14. I don't know how, but they can certainly say it. And even and here's what I love:
be 5.
even call it a fact.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Community notes on Twitter have also, or X, whatever you want to call it, has flagged this and noted exactly what you guys are saying. In California, it's 34 cents per kilowatt. In Florida, it's 13 cents. In Texas, it's 14 cents per kilowatt.
Yeah,
but
and that's a fact.
Let me tell you,
you got to factor in this.
The left.
Why is the kilowatt hour so high on? I thought this looked high on the sheet here, Adler. Was that different? Because you're quoting something different now, right?
No. I'm saying I'm just repeating what you guys have said. Yeah.
Yeah. He said that they have checked it and they're putting out on X right now exactly what we said, that it's a fact that it's higher. It's not a fact that it's lower. 34 is higher than 14.
Yep.
That's
Here it is on the screen.
Look,
repeating what you guys
all
have
day
already
long.
said.
Yeah, that's what they went and checked, and now they got Florida at 13 cents. But it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 14.3.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I got 14.7.
So I don't know how. I don't know what to say.
I don't know how you spin that one, Governor.
Well, I guess if somebody still has male anatomy and they say he's a woman, I guess 34 can be lower than 13. I guess. I mean, we're just leaving the whole world of reality. I guess we can say anything.
Yeah, I've looked at several different groups, and they all say California's at 34 or something.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
As
is a Talladega Super Speedway. Jeff Gordon about to take him around the Talladega Super Speedway in the pace car. Speedy, what's up?
What's up, my man?
What's up with you?
Well, I'm just hanging out with Jeff Gordon, who's, hey, wow. Great food today. I mean, he's happy. He's glad to be in Talladega. He says it's going to be a little crispy today in Talladega, but he's standing here right beside me. And by the way, I'm going to let you know, he was on you a little bit. He can't believe you're not here, by the way.
Well, I mean,
we wanted to be there.
Cannot believe.
We wanted to be there.
He's calling. Maybe you're a little scared. I don't know, but
Did you tell him what we did last time we were there?
Yeah, I told him what you did, and just to be honest with you, he wasn't really impressed with 164. He's not real impressed with that. Matter of fact, he says that's equivalent to going 55 on I-20.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, me going 164 made me a whole lot more impressed with what he does. I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, hey, say hey to him.
Jeff.
Hey, what's going on?
Rick and Bubba, man, we can't be there this morning.
Man, we're going to take this pace car and go faster than what you went.
but Jeff, I mean, you got to understand, for us to climb in and never have done it before.
Just getting in it was quite an event, but
driving around Talladega is like driving on a straight line, though, and there's not even any turns here.
Well, I told the guy who was the instructor, Jeff, that when I came out of 4 one time, I had him, but I was just trying to follow the rules.
Well, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to get in this pace car. We're going to turn the heaters wide open, and then we're going to run this thing as fast as it'll possibly go and try to really simulate what it's like to be out there with 43 other cars in the Winston Cup race.
Jeff, I'll tell you, after doing that, we have a whole lot more respect for what you did, because we only went like 8 laps, and I'll tell you, my left arm was sore from just holding that thing in the groove.
Well,
it was out of my heart rate, one or the other. I don't know what it was.
Well, you put me in your position, I'd have a whole lot more respect for what you do as well.
Well,
not really. Basically, what we're saying is we don't have any respect for one another until we go and fill in.
Hey, I can't believe that y'all do it door to door. I can't even do that on EA Sports NASCAR. I mean,
don't worry, I can't do it on EA either.
It's hard to drive that car, isn't it?
Jeff, when you get that, is it turn number 3 that we were bouncing in?
Yeah,
because I forget which. It's
a little bouncy.
Yeah. Is it bouncy to you guys by side? How do you take care of that?
Well, the faster you go, and plus with the setups that we run to go faster, the shocks really aren't built for the bumps. They're really built just to get the spoiler out of the air to go faster. So, believe it or not, that's the biggest shocker I think people have here is, one, how high banked it is, and the other is how rough it is. This is an extremely rough racetrack. So when you're running, 3-4 wide with all those cars, it's not like we're on this perfectly smooth track. I mean, we're bumping and where the cars are moving all around and buffing around, and so that's when I feel like, hey, I don't mind getting that paycheck. Okay, that paycheck. Some days I feel guilty for that paycheck, right?
But not there.
But not on days like that.
How about that old elephant that gets on your head in the turns?
Yeah, well, I wasn't ready for an elephant to sit down on me when I went into the turn. I was like, why is my head doing this? and the other thing was, hey, they strap you on in there, and I'm a big guy, and I was like, hey, I want to be able to see out of here a little better. I was the window was, it's not as clear as you'd like it to be.
No, there's no air conditioning, and it's not real comfortable. I mean, it's not about comfort. It's all about protection and making sure that you can feel every bit of that car and every crack and every bump on the racetrack, so that you can make the car go faster, just have a good feel for it.
Yeah, we felt kind of bad because Bubba put his race suit on and walked out, and a lot of people thought Jimmy Spencer was making a special appearance.
Right.
And they got kind of excited.
Free Jimmy! Free Jimmy! Free Jimmy!
And that's us, baby. 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Got a lot going on, and we'll get some more of your phone calls before the hour is done. We're watching you texting at our text option now, which is also, like I do too, we be big. All right, so when you start thinking about a couple of items, we didn't hit this one on the Olympic update, but we did have somebody who won a bronze medal that says their bronze medal is already got bronze falling off of it.
So it's already corroding.
Yeah, skateboarder something Huston
How does he know that that's actually what happened and he didn't just skin it up when he fell?
Well, he said, not as high quality as you think. You see him all biting like it's the real deal. He's saying, hey, my bronze is already deteriorating. It's cheap. He's saying France went cheap.
You know how you can fix that?
What's that?
Win the silver.
There you go. Or the gold.
Yep.
I guess we don't go for gold anymore. How about this? We just jump up and down for a bronze.
Oh, we're fired up.
That's right. Jonathan Taylor with the Indianapolis Colts.
Mm-hmm.
This is, I will tell you that, there's one that, when you think about how everything is being ruined, everything that the left touch, they ruin. They ruin everything. And now, of course, this new society that we're afraid of everything, they're slowly but surely ruining one of the few things left, and that's American football. I've talked to some of the old heads that think it's already over. They've left football. They said it's no longer the game that we loved, and it just keeps going down this road.
We're headed towards flag football.
And I understand the dangers. I do. But that's why we like it, because it's dangerous. Okay? And I got to draw lines at these big helmets.
The big puffy thing.
Surprised this hadn't happened sooner.
I've got to draw.
They wear them in practice.
I hate to see them in practice. I'm gonna just say this straight up. I would rather have a concussion than wear that. I'm not even exaggerating.
The Guardian cap?
I've had concussions. I got through them. I think I would rather have a concussion than wear that Guardian cap.
I've never had one on, but they got to feel. They look heavy.
They look
you know what I'm talking about?
ridiculous.
They have to feel weird. How do you run?
And now we
like
got
a bobblehead.
Now Jonathan Taylor is one of a few NFL players that are now wearing them in games. Guardian caps, these things, I don't know who invented them. Hey, congratulations. You probably made it like a bandit, because all these coaches wanted something. They wanted something to give them some sort of coverage on liability for future lawsuits. Well, we told them put this Guardian thing on. I don't even know if it works. Do we have any proof that it works?
That's a good question. I know that there were 5 Colts that did this in their game this weekend. He has not committed to moving forward with it and using it, but he did wear one with his 4 other teammates on Saturday or Sunday whenever they played.
We've come a million miles with helmets. Yeah. Let's just keep developing the helmet that looks cool.
The protocol is going to help, repeated events are what do a lot of damage too. But with that said, there has not been a timeline long enough with these, and you have to do a double-blind study to actually get good results. And you can't do that because you can't have the same player play with it on and play with it off and take the same hits and all that.
Right.
So in the laboratory, it shows that it reduces the amount of force on the brain. But that's all we got to go on.
Thank you. It looks ridiculous. If you want to have something to protect me, it's got to look cooler than that. It looks absolutely ridiculous. It bothers me to see it in practice. If I was coaching, I would forbid it.
So they're actually painting it.
Yeah, they're painting it with a. Now we're
that helps.
That looks.
Now you remember
Rick,
years
it
ago.
looks like an alien has landed on the planet and says, "What's this game?"
What was
Rick,
the alien on Flintstones? You remember?
Yes.
That looks better than the one that looks like you took Granny's quilt and put on your forehead.
Yeah,
on your helmet.
Well,
the beehive.
They're painting it up to try to.
Those
They're
it's a cover.
It goes
It's
over.
a bib.
Okay.
It's a bib.
What are we doing?
It just goes.
So
now
they've
we've turned into.
got that under it, and then they put basically like a swimming skull cap over the top of it that's painted.
Now it looks like we got a person with an unusually large head trying to swim. Oh, I'm playing football instead. What are we doing? We're ruining the game. We're ruining the game. The game is played. Everybody's standing up. Everybody plays high now. Nobody gets low. Standing up there, wrestling each other. Nobody has good form.
Get 28 right there.
Now we're gonna ruin the coolness of the uniform by making everybody like they're out there a bunch of blockheads playing. This looks ridiculous. What is this? Rock'em Sock'em Robots?
You remember the Budweiser Bowl they would show at the halftime with the helmets on top of the ball?
It just looks ridiculous. I hate it.
See, he's slower than he would have been, I can tell.
It feels cumbersome.
Yes.
I don't like the way it looks and feels. If this, you're ruining it. I mean, you know what's going to happen now? Some kid is going to go to soccer because football doesn't look cool anymore. Yeah. I mean, it's
well,
great.
listen,
the uniform is awesome. Don't ruin it.
all the headers that you do in soccer is causing a lot of problems.
Soccer is
too.
one of the most dangerous sports out there.
You know what's going to get down to, because it's already happening. We're going to look out there, and we're already headed this way.
And boring.
People like me will be screaming in the streets, but there may not be enough voices like mine. We're going to look out there, and we're already going there. We're going to see a bunch of people wearing quilts on their head wearing shorts. That's where this is headed. They're already playing in shorts.
Yeah.
And now they've gone to a blockhead. Do we just let them do? I mean, this is ridiculous.
I know.
You know what lets you know? It's kind of like what I've said many times why golf is not a sport, because you can play it in business casual. If football gets to the point you can play it in shorts and your knees and thighs completely exposed and there's no risk of injury because we've changed the game so much, you won't even get hurt. I mean, it's unbelievable. I hate where we're going with this.
You don't like that new helmet?
I hate that new
Somebody
helmet.
described it in this article. On their dark helmets, the cloth cover looks like a beanbag chair with just a few too many beans.
Yeah.
You're right. It looks somebody if an equipment salesman, I know these coaches just want to get it off the list, like I said, but if an equipment salesman walked into my office, he say, "Hey, I got a solution for concussions." Okay, let's have a look. You got a new helmet, new design? No, I want you to just put this on top of the helmet. I said, "Get out of my office, you idiot! What are you doing bringing this in? That looks ridiculous." Why, Coach? Why don't you like it? I don't want my team to look stupid. That's why I don't want it.
It's not sharp.
Right. How am I going to? I mean, picture walking around with this. That's what it looks like. The great gazoo. That's what it looks like. We got a bunch of great gazoos out there. And
the problem
do you
is,
think the players will start wearing it? I mean, it starts if it becomes trendy. If it becomes trendy, I mean, look how stupid the shorts look. That they're pulling their pants up to their thighs. That looks stupid, but then people go, "Well, everybody's doing it. It must not be stupid."
Rick, I will say, I bet it becomes mandatory at some point just because of the lawsuits. And every time we have one of these legends die,
right when we get a playoff, football's over.
I will say this, and y'all know, football is not my top sport, okay? But I will say this: the football helmet, to me, is the best looking thing in all sports.
Thank you.
It is.
It's awesome.
And in every single sport that is out there, the football helmet is the coolest thing.
Can you imagine?
That is
trophy room. Picture your trophy room.
Yes.
You're going to go get one of these big, large Gazoo helmets. How you even going to fit it in the case?
I know.
And how's anybody sign it? It's like a quilt. You can't even sign it.
The Giants, they had a fight in training camp, and you had two guys in Guardian helmets fighting each other, and that's
I bet that looked.
That's a good look right there. There you go.
Look.
Now they're hitting each other in the Guardian helmet.
Yeah. That's doing a lot of good.
Yeah, don't hit the Guardian helmet with your hands.
Doesn't hurt your hand as much.
That's true. That's helpful.
Now we're all fighting.
They're ruining it.
Yeah, there's two guys that ain't gonna make it out.
I think that was the receiver from LSU that got in all that.
I think you're right.
I can't believe I live in a world where these helmets are being worn in football, and Kamala Harris might be president. It's what world is this?
Don't say that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then Bubba went over and punched me in the face just to make everybody. Man, I tell you what, Jimmy, free Jimmy. What a hilarious story that is.
You know, one thing we found out, it's not that we learned anything about Kurt Busch, is that we found out there's a whole lot more Jimmy Spencer fans out there.
Yeah, that's right. Isn't that true?
I had no idea he had so many fans.
Hey, what are we now? I know DuPont. We're promoting today. They've got a special program going on. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, get real behind the wheel. It's DuPont's been a company that's been around for over 200 years, and they really focus on safety within the company, and they have a lot of innovations that have been brought to automobiles over the years and in the future. And so this is a neat program for me because I love driving. I love talking about safety, and I love getting involved with teenagers and just helping them to be safer drivers out there. So this is a way that we're going to do that. There's a simulator that travels around the country where kids can get behind the wheel of a simulator and sort of take a driving test to see how their skills are. I mean, one of my opinions these days is that we're sort of putting a lot of these kids out there a little bit underexperienced, I guess is the best way to
we
put it.
We felt that way driving too, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, no offense, because I don't want to get anybody angry, whatever state you live in, but I kind of felt like my driving test was pretty easy. I mean, they gave me the license, and I kind of looked at them like, "Are you serious?"
Yeah, no, and that's you're exactly right, and I mean that's not something that we can really control right now. I'd love to get involved with that someday too, but what we can control is just trying to bring something fun for the teenage kids to come out and get more experience and maybe just think about things a little bit more. Talk about how important it is to buckle up, how many wrecks that there are in the first 12 months of getting their license, because right now over half of the 4 million new licensed teenagers every year are getting in accidents within the first 12 months. So I mean that's something that we've got to get down, and I mean just simple things, buckling up, not talking on the cell phone while you're driving through traffic or on the road. And I mean there's a lot of
like we're about to do.
Yeah, basically all the opposite things of what we're getting ready to do.
Yeah.
But I am a trained professional on a closed course, so let's point that out.
Well, that is true.
Yeah, but Jeff, you're riding with a trained professional, but in a whole nother area, though.
Well, which area is that?
Well, he's got several.
Yeah.
I haven't figured out that one yet.
Yeah. Right now, do we need to do a break, or are y'all about to get in there now and take off?
Well, we can just hop in here and go right now if you want.
Well, let us take a break. Y'all catch your breath, and Rick, don't we need to come back 5 minutes? Y'all be ready to go, Jeff?
Yeah, we got about 5 minutes to do a commercial break. We'll come back. Also, I assume that there is still some seats available for the fall race at Talladega, and you can find out more by calling 256-362-RACE or go to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, and on that day, you get to see Jeff out there with a lot of company going door to door. Jeff, we'll be right back, okay?
All right, man. Well, we'll get the heater going and warm these tires up and see if we can get this baby rolling.
Sounds good.
I want to see how fast he can get it going.
Oh, he can get it going fast. You know that. We'll come back. Jeff Gordon takes Speedy around Talladega Superspeedway in the pace car. He's going to turn the heater on so Speedy will ride like they ride in discomfort, not comfort. And we found that out, too. We'll be back with Jeff Gordon on The Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"35 minutes past the hour. Down by the riverside, rolled dice, and I was just 13 when I had to leave home. Knew I couldn't stick around. Had to roam, I ain't good looking, but you know I ain't shy. And you need it right away. Come on, say. And baby, I said, I got to ramble. Bob Seger bringing us back from the break. Well, high energy, Field of Greens. So many of you are responding. You know what? Most of us do not have to train to the level of these Olympic athletes or maybe these players that are playing football, but we do want to feel better and we do want to be healthy. And we do know that science has been showing us for quite a while that the body was created to burn on the right fuel, and that fuel includes the right organic fruits and vegetables medically chosen to support your heart, your vital organs, your immune system now more than ever. You don't need another vaccine. You need an immune system that actually does its job. And our immune system gets wore down if we're not taking care of ourselves and we're not eating properly. And if you're like most of us, trying to get these foods in your body on your own is difficult. And Field of Greens doesn't have extracts. It's not lab-made stuff. It's just 1 scoop a day. Gives you simple, real nutrition. It is an organic superfood, and it has been life-changing for me and others who are using it. It's our family's just. I was talking to Mom yesterday. She's like, "Well, thank you for getting us this Field of Greens." She's loving it, and she's 82 years old. So if you want to put in the promo code BigVox right now, we'll save you 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com. You're going to love this. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba,
a couple of quick things here, Rick. One off of the text line at 866 We Be Big.
Yep.
Somebody wanted to know whatever happened to the debate between Newsom and DeSantis. Well, they actually had one.
Yeah, I think they
and most of the media declared DeSantis the winner.
I remember that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. I do remember that. So, yeah, they did do that. I forgot.
Yep.
So we also had an athletic trainer that says no matter what they do with these helmets, until you find something that keeps the brain from sloshing up against the skull, it's not going to make any difference. It's probably just somebody making a lot of money, so we can all say, well, look, we put these quilts on their heads.
Yes and no. The sloshing of the brain is the problem, but there is ways to lower that.
Right. He's just saying this isn't the way.
We have ways to do that. We have bulletproof jackets now. Used to, that was inconceivable. I mean, you can shoot somebody at close range with these jackets and they're not hurt. I mean, because of the way it dissipates the force. So there's some physics that can go into this that will help, but you're never going to completely cure that problem.
Yep. Somebody was asking what would we do if we lined up against somebody with one of these on their head when we played, what we would say. I'd probably say, hey, have you your mama just called me. She's missing her quilt. I see you found it.
Right.
And that would be one. And then I would remind him.
Or scream, I just lost a soccer ball. Has anybody seen it?
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, you've arrived that we can take that off your head now.
Talking about your brain sloshing around, I didn't realize. I've envisioned the brain as like a harder thing, like maybe you're holding your fist tight, something like that.
Like a fist.
Like a fist, but it's much more like Jell-O.
Yeah.
So if you shake your head, you're shaking around Jell-O inside there, and when your brain bonks the inside of your skull, that's inevitable with any kind of motion like that.
Yeah, maybe a little firmer than Jell-O, but I understand your point.
Yeah.
And listen, you can go online, you can see MRIs of your brain moving when your heart beats.
Mm-hmm.
So if it will move to that, imagine what it's going to move like if I'm slung down like a rag doll.
Well, and they concentrate on the collisions of the players, which that does some.
I think the ground is the bigger
problem. But the
problem.
ground, it's when a gigantic defensive lineman grabs you by the hips and slings you around, and the first thing that hits on the ground is the back of your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that gets you
out like a lion.
Or you go for a ball and somebody cuts your legs out from under you, and that back of your head hits on the ground.
Yeah,
that's much worse than anybody tackling.
Because the people who have problems feigning and stuff, they have those dogs that run out there and break their fall.
Gosh, when you found that story,
if we could just have that maybe for quarterbacks, what do you think?
Yeah,
I just feel like
it's probably coming. They're ruining the game.
Well, I think there's a better presentation of this that we will get eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what's killing us.
As long as it looks cool.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
There's a way to do it without looking absurd.
I know.
Like dragon scales.
You're ruining the game. I don't want to see football players play in shorts, and I don't want to see them out there with quilts on their head. It looks ridiculous. I mean, we're already ruining the game. And would it kill somebody to line up in the stance and fire off low?
Does the padding have to be chopped up like that in certain areas for it to actually work, or can it be more flat?
Before long, somebody's going to say, look, my husband plays in the NFL, and I made him one of those of all the T-shirts he used to like. Like you do one of those quilts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Look at the brain bouncing around.
It's just ridiculous. And how about this, Greg? I'm going to play your role here. Kudos to the person that sold this garbage to all these teams so they could check off his list. Hey, congratulations.
Because, they're everywhere now.
Yeah, not an ounce of science behind it, but hey, good job.
Yeah.
Well, they had to do something with the lawsuits.
Well, that's my point.
That's true.
You got to give him
Check
credit.
that box.
You got to give him credit for realizing that and coming in and saying, "Here's something."
Yeah, everybody's going to want to check the boxes. Just provide.
You know what he
this.
said? Here, now, the bad news is everybody's going to look ridiculous, but the good news is you can tell them you're trying to save their brain.
That's right.
Yeah, and before long, some of them are wearing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See if we get those force fields worked out. That would help.
No kid.
But, we're a little ways off of
Can you
that.
imagine a kid standing out there with one of those things asking somebody to sign their helmet? Good night.
Mm-hmm.
We've just killed the whole thing.
There's got to be a better presentation.
Hey, you can't even have football.
Dang, Gary.
Just killed it.
Right.
If we can build houses with a 3D printer,
Yeah, we saw that.
surely
We
we
saw
can
it.
put a helmet presentation together that's safe, reliable, and looks good.
Mm-hmm.
You talking about safe, reliable, and looks good?
Yeah, I don't know why I just threw out those three terms like I sounded.
One of the things, too, let's look at it from the other side. We've all got slung down on a trampoline before.
Right.
And you've seen professional wrestling. They're able to do some amazing things, but it's because of the cushion in the floor. Maybe the stadium surfaces need to be softer.
Well, and you got to go back to this, too, is
Those have gotten better than the original turf.
Yeah.
That was like playing on concrete.
Yeah, you're right. There's so many things that have changed about football. You can't even compare records of any kind. Look, I think Tom Brady was fantastic. Don't hear me say anything else because he was, and he proved it. But his longevity had a lot to do with rule changes.
Yeah.
If Joe Namath had had those kind of rules, he probably would have played longer. Yeah. But, and those you could tee off on the quarterback and absolutely annihilate him.
Yeah, go low, go high.
The defenses on the sideline would literally say, the defense coach say $1,000 for anybody that takes quarterback out. And you had shots at doing it. But now, within the rules, you can't do it.
Yeah,
I can play a long time. Nobody hit me.
It didn't work out.
Yeah, I can play a long time if nobody hits me, if I'm a really good quarterback. But there were a lot of great quarterbacks that don't have that longevity, not because they weren't good, because they got physically beat down by the rules of the day.
What is this?
They don't exist anymore.
Oh, that's just an image to go along with what y'all are talking about.
I thought we had some video.
I hoped it was video too.
Yeah.
That's misleading. To Rick's point, though, a lot of people. Tom Brady, as he got into the league, those rules were changing. So people will show highlights of Tom Brady just getting absolutely nailed, but that happened in his early years.
Days.
And when you're younger, you can bounce back from that stuff.
And one of the hits he got wasn't the time he broke his knee on the first game of the season. Wasn't that when they changed the rule about going low on a quarterback?
Maybe, probably, yeah. I think you're saying so. Yeah, you're right. But, like I watched old highlights because I like to watch the way football actually was. And I thought it was Zorn, but it wasn't. I think it was another quarterback for the Seahawks. And when they
number 10?
And this guy was wearing 17. And he was rolling out.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't think of his name. But he was rolling out, and it's one of the hardest hits in football. It wasn't Zorn.
No,
it was another one.
It wasn't DeBerg, but it was
some guy.
Gosh, I can see his face.
But listen, guys, he gets annihilated.
Mm-hmm.
He did a pump and was running to try to get down the sideline and get the first down, but he was still in bounds. And he got hit, he got hit so hard you thought, well, he may
Jim Craig.
Yeah, he may be dead. Okay, and you know what? Here's what the referees did. They just marked the spot.
Mm-hmm.
There was no flag. There was, and look, he couldn't. He's just laying there like he's dead. And the trainers come over there and they take care of him. Everybody's high fiving the defensive player, and the game just continued. There was no flag. There was no penalty. All they did was spot the ball. Next, and now tell me that you can play as long as Tom Brady played when that can happen to you. You can't.
Somebody just put this in text, and they said a medical advisor or a strategist with the NFL said that eventually they're going to take this and put it inside the helmet. So you're seeing the helmet just as we do it now, but it's inside. And my question is, why didn't we start there? Why are we not doing that?
Well, there was an attempt one time. There's been some attempts that are similar.
To me, that makes more sense than throwing it on top of the head anyway.
Real hot.
Well, yeah. But they got air conditioned helmets now.
Can I tell you what my favorite is? I wish none of y'all are old enough. We didn't get them on varsity, but when you're on like B team, them suspension helmets.
Oh God,
it's like playing in a paper sack.
Yeah, if you let the suspension get too close to the top, it'd knock you out.
Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Remember the water helmets? Had little packets of water in it. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back. We're about to go to Jeff Gordon and Speedy in Talladega Super Speedway.
My favorite, this guy here with the pole. He's going to try to put a pole up under it. Who's going to lift it up to get it under there?
By the way, he looks just like, no offense, but he does look like True Stories, by the way. Doesn't he look like him? It really is some of the National Bunch. Does he not look like him? Bubba, but admit it, he does kind of look like him. Roxanne from the news department, that's the deal.
They had this plywood all around it earlier, and they had it around propped up sort of against it, and then they took this plywood back down and stood there like, how are we going to do this? And the prayer happening outside. I spent all day yesterday there, a fascinating day. It's really something else to be there and witness the people and their conviction, and the ones that have stayed there in sleeping bags 24 hours a day. They're there praying as this vigil continues. And right now, you should hear the prayer so loud outside. People kneeling, people praying, watching what they're going to do. It is going to be moved inside the judicial building. There are only 2 doors, and I was there, where you could get it out. And they were like, hey, if they try to do that, we'll be kneeling and hundreds of people will be going to jail. So then moving it inside the building will prevent that from happening. But it does look like they're having a little bit of difficulty getting that done.
Raiders of the Lost Ark, that's all I'm going to say.
I'm going to have to tell my man there that crowbar is not going to help you with that.
I think if you take a spark, you really got to use the bathroom.
Hey, Speedy, you're
Hey,
on.
buddy.
You're on. Did you just say spark and go into the bathroom?
We'll get back.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jeff just got one, so he's ready.
Speedy,
are you in the car?
Are you trying to sell Jeff Advocare now? Will you stop at nothing?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, what the hell has happened?
But Speedy, what happened?
Well, we're in here with the boys, and so the boys will play a little bit, and we're riding around the track right now. We're coasting at about 110, and not really sure, but I think did our affiliate in Birmingham just go off the air? I'm not real sure. We had us, and now we're gone. But,
I don't know.
But anyway,
yeah, no, we're on in Birmingham.
We're on. Okay. Well, Jeff decided that he would let us know where the high groove is in turns 3 and 4, and we were literally 1 foot from the wall, and he wanted to show us where a bump was in the track. And when we hit the bump, we lost our frequency. But we have just turned through turn 2, and now we're on the back stretch, and he's explaining to us exactly how to get around the track. Right now we're at about 120, and we're going through the back stretch, and we're kind of in the middle lane. And now, will you show us the high groove again, Jeff?
How fast are you going,
what
Speedy?
he's doing is he's going high. And I'm talking about real high. I could reach out right now and touch the wall. Now, Jeff, we're in the middle of 3 and 4 here. Is this where it gets crazy? Yeah, here comes the big bump. Hold on tight.
Here it goes.
Oh, my gosh. All right, so now we're hitting. Oh, my God. Wow. I mean, we're so close to the wall. Now he kind of to describe to us how the car likes to drive. When we get into to turn 2, I want him to try it again. We were going about 85 miles an hour, and the car wants to fall down to the bottom lane.
Oh,
but
my
he
gosh.
says when you get up to about 125, 130, the car automatically wants to go up the track. And so he just decided to let go of the wheel, and the car just went all the way to the wall. All right, so now we're going. He's got 2. He's let go of the wheel. We're going into the wall. All right, he got it. Okay.
Hey,
he
Speedy.
just let go of the wheel, by the way.
Hey, Speedy, has it dawned on you that you are going around Talladega with Jeff Gordon driving you? I mean, because it just dawned on me how huge that is.
Yeah, and here's what's so funny, now that me and Jeff are boys,
Sure.
we're kind of just hanging out, and I've forgotten that Jeff is driving me around the track.
So
we kind of just started talking a few seconds ago, and I do it now. What?
We're gonna make a pit stop. We act like we're going on pit road.
Okay.
Oh, that's
All right,
cool.
now Jeff is playing now. So now he's gone down to the bottom lane. Okay, we're waving to the back car. All right, we're waving, so we'll slow down. All right, so we're waving, and we're not going to slow down though. Okay. I'll do what now?
I run wide open right to about here, and then I.
Oh my God! Oh my gosh! We went from 120 to now 40 miles an hour in a. Oh my gosh! All right.
I want to break the pit road speed.
All right, now would you show me how it is to come out of the pot?
Making a point.
Get into a
Hey,
pit box
Speedy,
over
tell him
here.
I was going 125 off pit row.
Yeah, well, how about we went 120? Okay, all right, we're in the pit. All right, get out change 4 tires. Okay.
Nine minutes to the top. Helmsy's taking calls, and there's lines available, and you can join us. So fire up, 866 We Be Big. All right, so let's get started. Cameron is in Pell City, and there's room for you if you want to join us now. Cameron, thanks for your patience. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Fired up.
So got 2 questions. First one, I just want to know if Adler's going to be taking Helmsley's spot on the kickoff hour.
No, there's no way we'll get Adler here that early. No way.
I would say yes.
Second question is, my son just started 6U baseball, and with my job, I'm not able to be a coach. So I want to know for, the other coaches, how involved can I be with my son at the game without being a bip to them?
You shouldn't be involved at all. No, sit seated and silent. Now, if you want to say to the players or whatever, hey, come on, guys, here we go, good job, that's fine. You don't need to be correcting batting stance. You don't need to be saying, your feet need to be here. And I know it's your job, but what we always say is, they take volunteer coaches, and you didn't volunteer.
Right.
So sit in the stands and keep your mouth shut.
Cheer and support your team, support your coach, win, lose, or draw.
That's right. No. I remember one time I was coaching football, and a dad came out of the stands, stood on the sideline next to me, and talked to me about where he thinks his kid should be playing versus where I had him. And I stopped him. I said, let's stop everything. You are standing on the sideline during a game. Have you lost your ever-loving mind? You know what I mean? So yeah, none of that. Everybody hates that guy.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, Rick, he's been on the sideline already.
Right. Well, you know what? But here's the concept. Your son is 6 or under. He said 6U, right? Is that under 6, Greg, or 6 and down?
6 is.
I never understand what that means.
Yeah, does that mean 6 and under? I don't know.
Yeah. So this is not the time. Let him enjoy it.
Yeah, have fun.
Don't ruin it.
Yep. Learn good technique.
Hopefully he's got some good coaches. If you want to work with him at home, fine. Now don't do the point where he goes back to the coach and said, well, my daddy said you're doing this wrong. Don't do that. But if you want to work with him in the yard and y'all have a good time together, that's great. But when it comes to the game, let him have a good time, sit in the stands, be quiet. And you can encourage, but don't coach. To the phones we go. Let's go to John in Decatur. Johnny, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
First off, let me say, God, I'm going to miss you guys. You guys have meant a lot to me. I've been listening to you for 3 years.
Thank you.
Very kind.
Just a great encouragement. And Rick, I've been sending texts. My wife slaps me every day and asks me if I've got a hold of you about that table. She wants to buy it.
Well, it's funny you said that. I had a conversation yesterday with my wife about the storage unit indicator. And I said, here is the day. And she says, I agree that we don't need to pay for it any longer, but let's go get it. I believe it can still be used, and I have some ideas for it. So it's not for sale as of today. I started asking her when that magic day would be that we would go with a U-Haul, because it's too much to put in the back of the truck. And so I don't know.
Hard to get it on the calendar, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know that day will ever happen. But as of yesterday, apparently there's still some use for it somewhere. So
I understand completely. I'll tell my wife that your wife said no, and that'll stop it.
There you go. Perfect. Let's go to Carissa, Athens, Alabama. Carissa, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I love the show.
Thank you.
I wanted to say that I was telling my husband yesterday about the Kamala Harris bit where it had side-by-side from 3 different speaking things, and she was sort of saying the same thing.
Yes.
And he wondered if Trump does that, Vance does that. He said they probably all have their speaking points. So I was curious if anybody else had shown that or talked about that.
We showed it yesterday.
No,
you talking about Vance?
She's saying, do you think other people do the same thing?
Do other people do it? Okay.
I think
probably.
I think a lot of stump speeches, they're going to be similar.
Yeah.
They may not be word for word in the same order. And I think that's what you're seeing here.
Yeah. People like a lot of times, even if I'm speaking at different churches, I'll have, I probably have done, I don't know how many messages I've done, but sometimes I'll take this part from one message, that part from another message, but you don't hear me come up there and you go, he just said the same thing word for word. Right. That I heard last time. That never happens. Now, you may say, I've heard him make that point before, but then I heard these other parts I hadn't heard before, but never almost like a robot, just repeating the exact same thing over and over again.
I think.
So that was a little different.
I think what we're seeing is that Kamala Harris cannot go off teleprompter. She can't even sit down for an interview. She has yet to do a real interview since declaring for the presidency, since taking Biden's job from him. We played the clips just yesterday where every speech was exactly the same, and she can't go off teleprompter, and she can't do an interview because if she says something like, "We're going to fix inflation, we're going to fix the border," then someone can just ask the easy question of, well, then why don't you do it right now? You're in the office right now. Why don't you do that? Why don't you fix that right now?
Yeah, what have you been doing the last 3.5 years?
Yeah, we've had people on the text option when she said, I'm going to do this on day one. They're like, but you're in power now.
Everything you see, they're trying to somehow blame on Biden and separate from Kamala, but also say that they've done an amazing job and it's been an amazing presidency.
Barry in Gadsden, Z93. Barry, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Rick, this will probably come back to home with you a little bit. So back in the early 80s, I had one of them old school coaches that when the helmets come around, just had the gel helmets and the air pump helmets come in play.
Oh, yeah.
And half of us got them. And the other player said, Coach, why don't we get the new helmets? And he was so old school. He said, well, you don't play hard enough. It doesn't matter if you get hurt. I need the helmets from the guys that don't play.
Let me tell you what, though, when Bike
earned a good helmet.
When Bike came out with that air pump helmet, the only problem is you got a lot going on. It's hard to check the air every day to see if your helmet had the right amount of air in it. The athletic trainers literally had like those pumps you pump up basketballs with and floats, and you would run over and they'd stick it at the top of your helmet and they'd pump it up. But trying to keep up with that, and boy, when you didn't, woo, you ain't got anything. You just got a bunch of rubber on top of your helmet. Let's go to Roger in Jacksonville. Roger, go ahead.
Well, good morning, man.
Howdy. Roger.
What's going on?
We're good. We're good.
I wish they'd come out with Olympic sport, fly flapping.
Okay. Jimmy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I've been watching preseason football on YouTube, and I think it's probably going to work out. But the thing that's kind of shocking me is that all these gambling commercials, man. I mean, is TV gambling gotten that much worse? Is it really as big as people say?
Oh, yes. Of course it has. That is, the more that the
fan duels and all
all that stuff's gigantic money. Huge, huge money. It's and they got a lot of advertising dollars because you're watching the cycle. We do so well, we have enough advertising dollars to buy everything. Yeah. So you see us everywhere, and the fact you see us everywhere shows how well we're doing. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
let me get out. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, I'm out. Hold on, let me get out. Okay, now I'm back in. Okay, now that's been 15 seconds. Like, go. Clear. Okay, just stay in it.
Do you hear his pill out? Stay in it.
Stay in it. All right, now we're had to kill the pace car. By the way. Who cares?
Look,
Grant Lynch is, he went back to the office so he didn't have to say anything, so who cares?
Look, it's just a pace car.
All right, now we've come off pit road, and we're up to 90 to 100. Now we're at 100. We're in turn 1 now, and he's low. He's getting his speed up. Of course, he let go of the wheel again. Jeff, could you please hang on to that wheel, please?
All
right, and he's driving with one hand at 120, like it's just nothing. So now we're in the middle of turn 2 now, Rick.
Oh, my gosh.
And now we're entering the back stretch where he tells me it's best to stay low and push the cars high so they have farther to drive, but he is gouging it. We're now at 125, and we're up high on the back stretch. We're going into turn number 3 here, so he wants to position himself. And so here he is. He's up high again. Jeff, okay, now he's in the middle. Oh, my gosh. We almost. Oh, okay, he said oh, my gosh, I can't talk. He acted like we were going to go high, and he went low and literally turned the car sideways. But we're okay. We're fine. Now we've made it through turns 3 and 4.
What does it feel to be like Jeff's toy right now, Speedy?
Yeah. Do you feel like this is a toy right now?
It's absolutely. You can do about anything with this thing at 120 miles an hour when you've been running all day at 190.
Which on the steering wheel, right?
Yeah, no kidding. Neither does mine anymore.
All right, so Jeff, we're going into turn number 1.
Speedy, I like to see him lock it down.
What are you thinking right now in the race? Now he wants to hold the. Let me hold the phone, Jeff. Would you steer, please?
Sorry. This is a pretty rough track, really high bank, very fast track. You get up to speed. Once you get up to speed, you're watching your mirror. Make sure nobody gets a run on you. You're trying to draft off the car in front of you. Of course, we're leading, so we don't have to draft off the And, you basically, they've got that yellow line rule now, so you got to really protect the inside because that's where everybody wants to pass. That's where you get knocked out of the draft. And, basically right now we're just, going to run as fast as we can, wide open down the back straightaway, head into turn 3, put it right down on the bottom of the racetrack. Shortest, fastest way around the racetrack. Unless you got a guy behind you looking high, you'll just move up in front of him, block him a little bit. So you'll actually watch the mirror more here than you'll probably watch what's going on in front of you. The mirror is the most important thing. Coming off of turn 4, there are a lot of little dips and bumps, and this trial was one of the coolest ones. It's wide, cars 4 or 5 wide here, and you just let the car float. You barely even have to turn the wheel here and just let it drift back out to the start-finish line. And hope you see the checkered flags on the last lap.
Wow. We're back to the start-finish line.
How about we just went around the track with Jeff Gordon?
Yeah, you did, by the way.
Hey, is Chris getting all this on video, Speedy?
Oh, well, of course. Yeah, we've got some behind-the-scenes action when we were off the air that you're going to absolutely love. We were just hanging out. Now, Jeff, look, I'm just going to – I just feel like
we want to see what it's like to go spin through the grass down the front.
Yeah. He's going to the grass. Oh, okay, never mind. He did. All right. Hey, he bluffed us there.
Yeah.
Jeff,
Tell him get out there and do a donut. Grant won't care.
I don't want to say anything, but being in the driving experience and going over 160, I feel like maybe I could show you a couple of places you really need to be on the track. I mean, like.
Another hour. Big Boy Studio. I'm looking at Big Boy. He seems calm, got that reassuring smile. The real Greg Burgess and Adler here. Speedy and Helmsy out this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you. And all we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. That doesn't seem like too much. You got 24.
That's a reasonable request.
Sure.
So, Did you know that Trump's been using this as his theme song, Sam and Dave? I didn't know Isaac Hayes wrote this song.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm coming. And he's saying, just hold on, I'll come back and save America. Well, apparently the Isaac Hayes family is not happy.
Yeah, the Isaac Hayes family. By the way, he died 16 years ago. Do you know that? 2008. His son says they have infringed on their copyright, and they have filed a notice demanding the Trump campaign pay $3 million in licensing fees for Hold On, I'm Coming, as performed by the soul duo Sam and Dave, written by Hayes and David Porter.
I didn't know that. Did you know that was an Isaac Hayes song? I did not know that.
No.
I thought Sam and Dave may have put that together. But so the question, and Bubba, we've talked about this for years, and it's always fun. Yeah. Like when you hear me playing the song or us playing songs, and as long as it's on terrestrial radio, everybody is paying the publishers for the rights to play the songs.
Yes. The radio stations have an end user agreement. It's called a blanket license.
And we can play as much as we want to.
And they pay that based on gross income to the radio station, a few percentage points.
Right.
And, we could argue that today. That's
I
a whole
knew you were going to say that. You can never get through this point.
ASCAP, BMI, CSAC, and now Universal, right? Don't they?
Bubba always took issue because he thought when he and I were hot rocking DJs that where would these bands be if we didn't play their stuff? Why are we paying you? You should be paying us. Of course, we did that for a while and they outlawed it. But it's
back.
Now
they're doing it
it's
now,
back now.
As long as you have the disclaimer.
Have you noticed, have you heard this lately on radio stations? They've actually come back, and now as long as the record company puts on the radio station some of the songs you heard this hour were paid for by this record company,
you can do it.
It's happening now.
It's legalized payola.
It is.
But they have these licensing agreements, and we've been through this with the campaigns before. There's only so much. Once they agree to license this music through these licensing agencies, they can't go back and say, no, we don't want you to
demand more.
So, but I don't know on a campaign trail, playing the music in a public address format, what that falls under. I have absolutely no idea.
I don't either. And like you said, this keeps coming up on every election. Now, we wish.
Now, this
and I know the tubers wish it too. We wish that YouTube would please, I don't know why they can't seem to pull this off, testing 1, 2 for YouTube. Why can't just give us some sort of agreement like terrestrial radio was able to figure out and other streaming services are able to figure out? Just tell us what we owe, we'll pay it so that they can hear the cotton picking bed music on YouTube. But anyway.
Yeah.
So we don't have a license agreement there. That's why y'all can't hear it.
This is the thing that used to steam me, okay? So you have your radio station. You're paying BMI, CSAC, ASCAP, and probably 2 or 3 more now. And so you're paying. They're getting a cut off of you playing their music. Well, then if you have, say, a local business that wants to play your radio station in their store, say they're a car dealership, say they're a supermarket, they can't play that radio station because they have not paid the end-use agreement.
Right.
And, to me, it seems like we've already got your money. What do you care who's listening to my to my radio station? But they say, oh, no, we got to have another cut
So
there.
to me, taking that we know, and I don't know if that's still the case, but I remember you telling legendary stories of people from these organizations coming into grocery stores where there was a boombox over there playing and said, hey, you either turn that off or pay us.
Yeah, a couple of them got skint knees.
Right, yeah.
And it wasn't, I don't think that was a job that you would look forward to going to.
No,
I think a lot. Because
I got a feeling the guy.
A lot of them kind of were depressed, and it didn't end good.
The local grocer is not in the mood for this conversation.
No, he's already had to battle. The lettuce guy and everybody else. He's not into that.
But that's why
Muzak,
why a lot of
people play Muzak.
That's why Muzak was invented, and that was here's approved music you can play, and there is approved music that if we wanted to on this show, we could go to and just me play it here as opposed to Adler covering, but you'd never hear any of us play these songs that I think y'all enjoy and we have fun with. But So that's approved music that you could use.
It just gets to be such a
crazy.
tumbleweed of mess. I mean, you're trying to do the right thing. It's hard.
But to me, if this is still the deal, if a guy can come into the grocery store and say you haven't paid to play this licensed music to a mass of people walking around in your store, wouldn't that case be able to be made at a political rally where tens of thousands of people are hearing it through a PA system? You didn't pay for that.
Rick, I have no idea.
Yeah,
to be honest with you, I have no idea. It's the legal system is so crazy anyway, so you never know what really is and what's not.
Well, like when Jagger, they didn't like you can't always get what you want.
Right.
When Trump won the first time.
Right.
Did they ever win? I mean, they jumped up and down and they complained. But
we heard the story, but
strangely,
they kept playing the song.
Did they win? Yeah, I don't know. I really think artists being against conservatives that want the Constitution to work and wants everybody to have maximum liberty and loves capitalism, when an artist that has made tens of millions of dollars off the free market is voting against the party that provides that for them and votes for a party that will tax them at a higher rate and take away that freedom, it makes about as much sense as gay people being for Hamas.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, maybe, because a lot of the artists are going to be artsy-fartsy anyway, so they probably have these, ideas about how things ought to be, even though it's not realistic.
Oh, you've seen the memes. We're sheep, and we stand for the coyote.
Right.
We stand for the wolf. Well, good luck with that, TV4. He's back. So I don't know.
Everywhere.
Like you said, we hear these rumblings every time a conservative tries to use some hipster song. Do they ever?
They do it every time.
Do they ever win though? Whatever happens,
they just make them quit playing.
Do they just stop
somebody
playing
with
it?
legal background knows. Some of you surely know.
Right.
Like they feel pressured to do it.
Let us
Half
know
of them
what's
probably
going
don't
on.
even
Like,
care.
will we hear Sam and Dave do this Isaac Hayes song at the next Trump rally?
Probably not.
You don't think so?
I think don't they give a cease and desist, whatever it is?
Yeah, probably.
What was Isaac's biggest hit? Don't Let Go.
What was the?
Don't Let
what was
Go.
that one he
Don't
had?
Let Go.
I used to confuse him with Barry White, but it's not the same
I know
person.
the one you're talking about.
Was it Shaft? Did Isaac Hayes do Shaft?
You know who I think Isaac Hayes was easy to confuse? It was the guy we were talking about the other day that was the actor.
Yeah.
He was bald-headed
No,
too.
you're
and
right.
Had that real
7
deep
Up,
voice.
yeah.
The uncolor.
Right.
Isaac Hayes, Walk On By, Never Say Goodbye, Do Your Thing, Let's Stay Together.
Let's Stay Together must be that was the one I think that maybe.
By the time I get to...
Who did Shaft? The theme to
Theme
Shaft.
from Shaft was Isaac Hayes as well.
Okay, good.
You're about it.
Oh, If Loving You Is Wrong, I Don't Want to Be Right.
Yeah, but he didn't sing.
Wasn't
that,
he in
though.
Escape from New York?
Did he write that? Did he write that?
I'm looking at his
The country
greatest hits.
Now I understand they're playing that one at Kamala Harris's rallies.
I'm looking at his greatest hits right now, and that's
if
on
loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right. All right, we'll be back. So I don't know. Isaac Hayes' son, is that who's after him?
He's mad.
Yep, Isaac Hayes the third.
Act 3.
Who did Just the Two of Us?
That's
have you seen the
To me, everybody, the same person did all those songs.
Yeah, but
have you seen the
don't say
DJs
that.
having fun with this? At the
Bill Withers, of course.
parties
Bill
and
Withers.
Bill Withers.
The man.
Oh my God! Don't do that.
Rick and Bubba.
Like maybe I think here up high and then going down low, would that help a little bit?
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I mean, I could always.
30 seconds.
Okay, I won't. I was thinking maybe I should drive you around the track, but maybe not. Okay.
Drive myself without any hands on the steering wheel and ride with you.
Hey, Speedy, please let Jeff know how much we appreciate letting us have this exclusive today. It's been awesome.
And tell him we're available for lunch if you ain't got to rush off.
Yeah. The guys say, look, if you don't have to
We'll
fly
wrap the
back there
governor up
available
and
for lunch, but we can just keep driving until then. Now, when you come to a place and you test like this, I mean, do you basically just
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. All right, as we find our way back, it's almost like I needed a dose of this. I needed some open chords. All right, so as we're working our way back, other stories today. Bubba, we've got a Red Sox player, Jarren Duran. He has been suspended for 2 games for In Our Society. He committed one of the social fouls, homophobic slur. And it was directed at a fan.
Oh, a heckler.
Who apparently was heckling Jarren because of his inability to get a hit. Tennis racket, you need a tennis racket.
That's a good one.
Was from the fan.
You got to appreciate that.
You can hear it on the broadcast too.
Okay, we don't hear the slur, do we?
And I'll cut it.
You said that before, my friend.
Yeah,
yesterday.
That was
okay.
That was different. That was part
got
of
a little Chicken Little there yesterday.
Sure
did.
Right. This one I've had time to screen up. Okay. You need a tennis racket.
You need a tennis racket.
Now,
what did he say? I mean, I know kind of what he said, but
he said you blankety.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't like it.
No, he did not.
He
used the word that
tennis racket.
He used the word the English use for a cigarette.
Yeah. Or a pile of sticks too. I think.
It is, which is just bizarre.
That is bizarre.
So let me ask you this:
tennis racket.
The Red Sox are at home, right? It's in Boston.
Oh, they'll go through on.
Well, he's mad because they want he can't get hit.
Yeah,
it's 10-0.
You need a tennis racket in your car.
The best, one of the best ones.
So let me be sure I understand this. This was a Red Sox fan
Correct.
dogging him, not an Astros.
Who does he think he is? A Yankees fan?
Yeah, they don't put up with it.
Oh,
my favorite one is Todd Jones told us, and I think he said it was like a young girl that asked him if he was sure he was right-handed.
That is a great one. What a great one.
Are you sure you're right-handed?
Good one. That's so good.
He issued a statement saying, "During tonight's game, I used a truly horrific word when responding to a fan. I feel awful knowing how many people I offended and disappointed. I apologize to the entire Red Sox organization and the entire LGBTQ community."
Well, you never know.
What about apologizing to the Red Sox for no hits?
Yeah, how about that? How about that tennis
Where's
racket?
the apologies to the fans?
I'm just curious, and again, whatever.
Here he goes. And ladies and gentlemen, release the Kraken.
What if he'd have looked up and said, "Be quiet, MF," or something like that? Would he have been suspended?
No.
No, Greg.
The answer is no.
Pretty offensive.
Much less
As a matter of
offensive.
fact, Kamala Harris told us that's her favorite swear word.
Oh, really?
She did in an interview. She did.
How about that? Wow.
She
picked a good one.
I'm not exaggerating.
That's about as offensive as you can get.
And she says it though with an ethnic slant to it, so it sounds good.
I get you.
She doesn't use the R.
But
no hard R. That's good.
Yeah,
and they definitely wouldn't. He wouldn't have to release a statement apologizing.
Yeah, not exaggerating. That's literally what Kamala Harris said. So the other thing, classy.
Biden this long.
Classy. But I will say this about the LGBTQ. You could say they can be upset about that word today.
Yeah.
And 6 months from now, it'll be a word they embrace and don't consider.
That's true.
If he just. So who knows whether it's even offensive currently?
It may come back.
Apparently it is.
Yeah.
So he got mad. So next, LeBron James.
Didn't like the tennis racket.
Not showing kindness. Here's a young boy who politely asked for an autograph. A photo in Paris, and LeBron was not very nice about it. So here we go.
Here you go. He goes, "Stop. Don't do that. Stop."
Congratulations, LeBron. Stop. Don't do that.
Little snippy.
While wearing a medal.
All right, I would understand if there was a mob around him.
Yeah.
Right.
And he could not get in his car because there's everybody everywhere, and he's like, "Hey, man, you got to give me room to get in my car." It doesn't look like that this kid is in a position that this would have taken very long.
Yeah. Is this a different angle?
This is a different angle.
Congratulating him? Ain't that what he was saying?
Yeah. Well, and he wants a photo.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Well, there's nobody there. What's the matter?
That's my point.
Yes. This angle hurts because you see what LeBron was on his way to do. He's getting out of his car here. The kid comes up to him. Like you said, there's not really a mob, but he didn't want to deal with that one kid. So he says, "Stop, stop, stop." LeBron is then making his way into the club or wherever this place is with his gold medal on. and LeBron sees a friend right here at the entrance and takes the time to dance.
Okay.
So he had time to dance.
Yeah. Well, and I understand that if one kid does it, maybe everybody mobs him, but you could just at least be nice about it. You know, even if you said, "Hey, man, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm trying to get in here, and I don't want it to be rushed, and I apologize. Just take a picture as I'm coming by."
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to be. You don't have to be.
Yeah, I mean, he's mobbed everywhere he goes.
Yes,
you don't got to be.
You don't have
another,
to be a jerk.
Another
about
level, that's for sure.
Quick selfie wouldn't hurt.
If anything,
Yeah.
I'd be mad at that Amish beard he's staying with.
I agree. Who is Sabrina Carpenter?
Great question. I'm old. I have no idea. No,
I know. I don't know who this is. I know who Karen Carpenter. Carpenter was.
She is a huge hit maker. Huge hit maker.
She is currently?
Sabrina Carpenter.
Tells you
yes.
I'm all over.
Have y'all ever heard? Anybody ever heard of Sabrina Carpenter?
The Teenage Witch?
You're our only hope right now of knowing who Sabrina Carpenter is. And you don't know anything about it.
A huge deal. Huge.
Apparently
deal.
not.
Where?
And you guys mentioned payola. You guys mentioned, hey, sometimes you might be listening to a radio station and it'll say the record label may have paid for some of these songs. Well, there's a rumor going around that this is happening on Spotify because people will be listening to metal, people will be listening to whatever they want to listen to, country, whatever, and then the next song that comes on is this Sabrina Carpenter Espresso song.
Not familiar.
It's a huge hit. It's everywhere.
Apparently not.
It's huge on Spotify as well.
Okay.
But she did have a funny moment at Outside Lands where she got a little too close to some fireworks.
Oh yeah.
And kind of had to run away there.
She's running from the pyro.
There you go. So
that looks like a blast.
I knew that was coming.
Greg,
you could have predicted that, like there's going to be lightning if I see a dark thunderstorm.
Yeah. She got
Every time I see pyro, I think of Mark Phillips.
I do too. Two thumbs down on the pyro.
So Adler, you're saying that you'll be listening to say Cannibal Corpse, and then
Sure.
right after it goes off.
Yes.
Man.
So, Greg, you don't think you would be interested in this production?
Yeah, probably not.
I don't even see any instruments on
Look at this gang running at her out there doing their little dancing.
Well,
Look at that. Ooh, oh my goodness. Ooh, yeah.
Now, why are
I'm
they
gonna pay
running?
money
They're
to
not
see
on
that.
fire.
This was the end of the show.
They're running to the fire.
This was the end of the show
Well,
as it was wrapping up.
Why is there a nun up there? Oh, I'm sorry. That's a.
The backup singers don't run off.
Well, that's just part of it. The band stays evidently, but
Because they're the band, Adler.
yeah.
So what's her big hit, Adler?
That
Espresso?
Espresso, I believe, is
Espresso?
her biggest hit.
I don't know.
I missed out.
I think
on
the only thing
Sabrina.
worse than drinking an espresso is hearing a song about one.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, Espresso on
Yeah.
YouTube has
I'm officially old because I don't know who any of these people are.
128 million views.
Can I enjoy this moment for a minute? And Bubba, I'm sure you picked up on it. Neither does Adler.
I don't.
He's finally aged.
Yes.
How about
That's true.
there's a current artist that's got it going on with their espresso song, and he's never heard it.
No,
That's right.
I skip it.
You're officially somebody's dad now, my friend.
I'm trying to get back to Rainbow in the Dark. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Little Ronnie James Dio.
Y'all, that song's only 4 months old, and it has 130 million views on YouTube. So that shows you how plugged I am into all this. First thing I thought of, you guys thought of Mark Phillips. I thought of James Hetfield from Metallica. He got hit by pyro bad.
Oh, yeah. Burnt real bad.
Burnt up.
I mean, hospital.
Yes.
Well, we had a funny deal with Mr. Lucky and Fat Fest, Pyro, and Mark Phillips. He was he said 2 thumbs down.
Yeah.
He was against the pyro. Don't like the pyro.
Don't
2
like
thumbs
pyro.
down on the pyro. Yeah. And then, of course, Steve Sample said, I'm warming up to it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, Rick, at a lot of venues for sporting events, they have colorful entertainment to keep the fans amused during timeouts and between innings and various things. We've all seen this type of activity,
Oh, sure.
right?
Oh, yeah, enjoy it.
Speedy does a great job at the Titans game with the in-stadium stuff. And
I'm a big fan of that. I love the San Diego chicken.
Oh yeah,
you know?
hey, we're swapping innings. Baseball moves a little slow, and here we go. I mean, I love these promotions.
Not familiar with this tradition at the Milwaukee Brewers games of the racing sausages. Are you familiar with that?
Hey, I like it. Well, besides the mascot, you also have sponsors that they have their own little mascot, and they get out and do stuff during the games.
Now, Rick, if I understand this story correct, at the Brewers games, they have, is it 4 different sausages that race around the bases?
You have a bratwurst. We'll race a hot dog. Italian sausage, all kinds of different sausages. There's 4 main sausages, and they're all in their little sausage outfits.
Right. And they basically get somebody out of the stands, put them in this outfit, let them race around the bases.
You see a big sausage with legs sticking out the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, which, by the way, is it link or patty? How do they do that?
It's because you have to stand up. So it's like a hot dog sausage will have his bun, and he's a hot dog. He'll be racing a bratwurst, which is a different kind of sausage. He will be racing Italian sausage, but they're all upright.
Right.
Yeah, they're all in the weenie look.
But it is funny for the fans to see these sausages running around the bases.
Oh yeah,
right? Would you admit?
And just like when you go to games and like y'all do one on the Triton, the Titantron thing.
Yeah. But it's an animated one.
It's animated.
Where this is an actual put on the costume run.
Right. And you cheer for which sausage you want to win.
Sure.
And they go around the bases, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Race around the bases. Well, Rick, controversy this week. Pittsburgh Pirates were visiting the Brewers, and first baseman Randall Simon has been booked for misdemeanor battery charges for hitting one of the Milwaukee Brewers' popular racing sausages with a bat during Wednesday night's game.
That is the headline. Is that correct?
Simon swings bat at Italian sausage.
Yes,
that is what the headline is. I'm struggling with this also. Yeah. Apparently, according to this report, Associated Press, Simon was released based on a report from the department. Simon will meet with the district attorney's office on Thursday today, and it will be up to prosecutors to determine whether formal charges should be filed. Now, you have to say, my goodness, how did this go from a friendly race around the bases to prosecution? Apparently what happened, there were 4 people in sausage costumes racing around the bases between the 6th and 7th innings. And on Wednesday night, films of the event show that when the group went past the Pirates' third base dugout, Randall Simon, number 35, took a 2-handed chop
Gets him a bat.
At an Italian sausage. In other words, the lady who was in an Italian sausage outfit, he took a 2-handed chop at her, leaning out of the dugout. She was a 20-year-old woman from South Milwaukee, hitting her from behind and causing her to tumble to the ground.
So sausage down.
Yeah, and she's in a big sausage outfit, and he thinks, I'm going to take the bat and have a little fun and give her a little whap. But then she goes forward onto the ground.
In other words, he tripped her with the bat.
It was a trip? Like. Was it her legs, or did he whack it?
I think he whacked her and made her fall.
A 2-handed chop at the Italian sausage.
Well, you have to think, too, if you were running...
Hitting her from behind.
Yeah. He hit it from behind.
He hit the costume as it went by, gave it a little tap.
He hit it from behind.
She got a little wide in the turn, got over close to the dugout.
Exactly.
He was hanging over the rail, probably with a bat in his hand, and he thought, hey, here she is, I'll help her out a little bit.
Yes.
As she fell, a nearby sausage, the hot dog, went down as well.
All right, so he took the hot dog out also.
This is real, y'all.
Okay, Simon was on the top step of the dugout and reached over the railing to make contact.
Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll try to get more of those in before the hour's over. Cook's Pest Control in Centricon. Just talked to the folks at Cook's Pest Control yesterday. We were talking about some things that they were doing and the great job they're doing with all the different products they offer, mosquito management. We got carpenter bees. They got great stuff for that. Also nesting wasp. Whatever critters you're dealing with, they have the solution. Now, termites are a biggie. and their Centricon system, there's nobody better. The Centricon system, it builds a fortress around the property. The termites never get there. So that's the most important thing, because once they're there, Bubba, you got
bad
problems.
news.
Oh, man. So let them come out to your property and give you a free evaluation. They'll tell you what they see. They'll tell you what they need to do. You decide if you want to use them. We'll save you the money and the trouble by saying go ahead and go with Cooks. They're the best in the business. You can go to cookspest.com, cookspest.com. Also find them, the link right there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can sing with us. Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cooks Pest Control. Bubba, Boeing is in the news a lot. Not a lot of
not a
lot of positive. Not a lot of positive. And you know what? They sure do have a lot of aircraft out there. Well,
they got one that can't get back.
Well, you're right. They have a little issue with their space race. But Bubba, now we have Boeing pilots, and I hate to say this. It sounds like I'm doing a joke here based on some of the issues they're having. We have Boeing pilots who say they've seen UFOs.
Maybe that's what's causing all this ruckus.
Is this the audio from the cockpit?
Yes.
Is this out? Okay.
But they have heavy accents. They were flying from Saudi Arabia to Nigeria, and they spotted several white UFO orbs in the sky.
Okay. All right.
And it's a little tough. It's a little tough to see.
Is it hard to hear or see?
There you go. See that white dot right in the middle?
Yeah.
That is up in the sky. It's not a glare on the windshield or anything like that. That is what the pilots are seeing. It did not show up on radar. I'm going to skip forward. There's a point in which there's 4 of them in a row, and they kind of move parallel to each other. I know. That's what I thought, too, but the way that those guys were responding, look, there's the 2 in the sky there.
That's like a hand. I'm just kidding.
Oh, sorry, that's my mouse. There you go.
Wow.
There's the move right there, but it's hard to see with this I guess cell phone footage.
Greg,
Well,
settle down.
Greg,
you don't have to spear into the pile.
Well, good night. I'll see a blank screen and a dot every now and then.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're looking at, Greg.
I know.
Yeah, you won't be laughing when they carry you away.
Riveting.
And start probing you.
Are they telling the control tower they don't see it on radar?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
I think that's something off the glass.
Yeah. It doesn't look.
It's not like striking like a gray man, tiny gray man, but
no.
You don't see that a lot.
Yeah.
It's no fire in the sky.
It really isn't.
Right. Nobody's been gone for 5 days and came back.
Found naked behind a Coke machine.
Yeah.
And then if you want to make a Boeing joke, you could say maybe there's some of the issues we're having. Their pilots can't tell the difference between glare on the windshield and actual UFO.
That's true. Good point.
So I don't know.
Or the aliens are interfering with their manufacturing.
Yeah, look, you didn't prepare us, Adler, but that was underwhelming.
I tried to underwhelm
you did. I understand. Yeah. Now
I'm scared to death now.
What about the large meteor?
I'm not walking
now this
out.
is a little.
Nope.
10B's got a little more action, right?
Yes, I think it's connected.
There's a tree in it.
I think it's connected. Frankly.
So this is Japan?
Which I think those are close. Saudi Arabia and Japan, I think, are close on the map. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's in between Nigeria. So this could have happened on the way. Here's a gigantic asteroid.
Oh, that's a good one right there. Now, Greg, you got it like that.
Yeah, now that's impressive. Whatever that is.
Yeah. Now that's
that you can see.
That's the ball of fire I'm looking for.
Do we hear the boom from it?
Man, look at that.
That's all I got. Audio
That's bright.
Yep. Predator coming in.
Nothing happened on the ground.
I think it burned up.
Wow.
Or predator ejected.
He's in the woods.
We've been going through the meteor shower right now too. I can't say the name.
You see any?
Did y'all get outside?
I did.
And see anything?
I did coming to work yesterday. I saw one.
Did you really?
Did you really?
Bright enough to make me flinch.
Really?
Yeah, just one though. I didn't see the hundreds they were talking about.
I forgot all about it. I forgot we were having one.
I didn't forget, but then I didn't do anything about it. You know.
So you
I didn't
thought about
look.
it,
I didn't look. Yeah.
You don't know who Susan Carpenter is, and you don't go outside and look at meteors anymore.
Come on, man.
You are clearly turning into a full-blown Oga.
I have a mobility routine when I wake up in the morning.
Right.
You know,
He's hanging on to that hairstyle.
Daddy, there's a meteor shower outside. If we can get up in the middle of the night and look at it. Nah, pass.
No, thank you.
Pass. We'll see pictures on the news.
Pass.
I need sleep.
I'll wait till I get to work. Adler will show it to me.
There you go.
And by the way, that was cool though. I mean, that was your ball of fire.
That was impressive.
That's your good
now,
one.
them other ones, not so much.
I know, Greg. I hope you get probed. Is all I got to say.
You're right. I may not go hunting this year. I'm scared to get out there before daylight after seeing that footage.
All right, Greg. Video 9. Do we want to see Chick-fil-A's delivery robot?
Yeah, this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Now, I've already seen a few of these out roaming around doing different things for other companies. But
Now, this is before.
This is the first Chick-fil-A.
What's it bringing? Some good old sandwich?
Yeah. Here it comes.
I wonder how far away it came.
It's so cute. It's got like eyes and stuff.
Look, it's got the Cincinnati logo on the side.
Yeah. Time to robots.
All right, so the robot. How far away did it come?
Yeah, I want to know what kind of distance we got on this.
Look, he puts his app up to the scanning eye, and it opens its lid with his order in it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I think that's technically a front trunk. That's what they call it.
A front.
A front.
Did you pull that out of the sky?
No. On these electric trucks, since they have all that big
Look at
room.
that.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
So is he now showing the eye? He has it.
Yes.
And now it's got others in there, or just his?
Let me tell you, if that eye can come and deliver your food, it could also come to see if you've had your shot yet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, this is all staged. It probably came from like a block away.
There's a guy with a remote control.
Yeah.
Have you seen the one?
trying to
Have you
be
seen the
sharp.
one Tim Walls has in Minnesota? It shoots paintball at you.
Yeah, if you step on your porch,
if you step at it, nails you.
After curfew.
Yeah. So
I don't think that would make it down McFarland Boulevard in Tuscaloosa, though. I just got to say.
You're right. You're right. You're limited to neighborhoods.
Greg, back in the day,
ready? I mean, it stopped right there. What's up?
There he goes.
Greg, back in the day.
Oh,
we see the Chick-fil-A robot.
Oh, we'd had a lot of fun with that thing.
Let me tell you something. You might get your order, but I'm riding on top of it. Yeah. After I've eaten a bite of it.
I wonder how well it navigates with a piece of tape over its eyes.
Yeah. What you see is just pulling up in your driveway back in the day, and I'd be eating your sandwich sitting on top of it. So, yeah.
We thought the Domino's guy showing up was high tech.
All right.
I mean, we've come a long way.
All right.
I know. You got him in an airplane spin one time.
All right. I don't know. Well,
luckily he was a good sport about it.
Somewhat. Seemed a little afraid.
Shocked.
He seemed a little afraid.
Airplane spun a delivery guy?
That's a long
We were having a
claimed
time.
when you claimed it was his tip.
He was in a good mood.
Well, it's a long time ago.
Why would you do that?
Well,
oh my goodness, I found footage of it.
No, he was.
Wow, that's a good one, Rick.
Well, it's very similar. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, but you let him down gently, though.
I did, and I told him, you just...
You didn't slam him.
No, I didn't. I think he felt like he was part of the party for a little
He
bit.
did. He was yucking it up.
I don't think he wanted to be the entertainment.
No.
But it was...
Especially with that uniform on. But, yeah.
Right. Little hat came off.
It did. We had to give his hat back.
Right.
After wearing it for a little while.
Right. Yep, after I wore it 2 or 3 minutes. So,
backwards.
Right. And drove his car around the block. But after that, I mean, everything.
He left and went on back.
Everything. I made one delivery, and then after that, we let it return back to normal operation.
Good. That was the right thing to do.
Right. And I did give him the tip I got at the other house. I didn't keep it.
That's sharing.
Oh,
we'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. Greg takes phone calls. We'll chat with you when we come back, find out what's on your mind. There's plenty of lines available. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With the sausage.
How about when you're the deputy inspector now who has to be interviewed with a serious face and your quote is, they were doing the sausage race and he hit her with a baseball bat?
According to the deputy inspector,
and we're really upset the part we're looking at now, and when he hit the Italian sausage and it went down, it also took out a hot dog, and we're questioning him.
they both were treated at the scene for scraped knees, but at this point, I don't think they have any other complaints. So, Rick, I will imagine, just based on my visual of this, and I'll be honest with you, I've never seen the famous Milwaukee Brewers hot dog, or I should say sausage race.
Yes, Bubba, please.
But I'm going to tell you, I sure would like to.
These are various sausages.
That I would assume people fall anyway. That's part of the fun of any race. I mean, you see it all the time.
You're in a sausage costume.
But he gave her a little help, apparently. Pirates outfielder Reggie Sanders said he thought the weight of the head of the sausage costume contributed to the fall. It maybe made it look worse than it was, Sanders said. It was an unfortunate situation, and hopefully it gets resolved. It's very strange. Yeah, I would have to say that is correct.
Yeah, the fans booed Simon for knocking down the Italian sausage, which also took out the hot dog, who I think was the favorite.
Sure.
We did have a winner, though, Bubba.
Rick, Ryan, is that Borgdorf?
Borgdorf, yeah.
Yeah, Borgdorf, I guess.
No relation to Brian, 16, who wore the Brotsworth costume in the race. He called the episode unbelievable.
Now, he was probably talking about this. It was unbelievable.
Look, he's a Bratwurst. Yeah, somebody had to win it, and it's unfortunate because I thought the hot dog was the favorite, but once the Italian sausage took him out, somebody had to win, so I went on to the line.
Rick, he says, and I quote, he just hit the costume and she fell over. These things are so top-heavy, it doesn't take much. Bergdorf went on to win the race. Quote, somebody had to, I guess.
We have an update on the phone. Daniel in Centerville says he has an update on the young lady's condition. Undoubtedly, that's in the news this morning. Daniel, what can you add to this?
Yeah, good morning, Rick and Bubba. Yeah, the lady's in pretty good condition from what I heard earlier. She's in, she hasn't had she doesn't have a concussion or anything, so she's been released already. But two quick things. Last night, the Pittsburgh Pirates, when their old black and yellow uniforms, which goes back to the snake handling thing with black and yellow may hurt a fella.
Yeah.
And
yes.
Also, as the officers were escorting the player away after beating the sausage, they did let him know that, hey, don't you know that can make you go blind?
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you.
Always the details, Rick.
Well, Brian in Starksville would like to also add to this. Hey, Brian.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good.
I saw it. They showed it on Sports Center.
So you've seen it on Sports Center? I bet it was precious.
And it was just, to me, it was just blown out of proportion because when she came by, it was like he already had a bad. It wasn't premeditated or anything. It was like a little practice swing, and tapped it right on the back, and she just fell over, knocked the other one down. And you would have thought that there was a member of management from the Brewers that thought it was the most vicious attack he had ever seen. And
he said what?
And there was nothing to it. And
the quote from their executive vice president, the conduct is unjustified, and he said he was making a real fuss about how horrible it was.
And the whole thing was it scraped her knee, her and the other girl, and that was it.
Now,
these things look like they're full of foam up top, and I think that's what he was thinking about.
That's what I'm saying.
When you look at them, it looks like just a solid piece of foam.
I've got to see this.
I'm sure they fall all the time, and that's part of the humor.
Yeah,
people laughing, well, look, the hot dog went down.
We act like we don't have one where they spin around on a baseball bat and then run drunkenly onto the field and fall down all the time.
Sure.
That's part of it.
I've never seen them run this close to the dugout. They usually run them along the warning track in the outfield. And I've never seen them where it's a big deal up there.
Well, the Italian sausage took a wide turn.
Yeah, and took out the hot dog, which hurts. But I tell you what, I want to see it. I have to see it.
We got the footage.
Somebody.
Go to the Brewers' home webpage, and
can the Atlanta crew get us a copy of that and put courtesy of ESPN and us see that, please?
Greg's on the phones. He'll take them. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. Lines are available. Come on in, and we'll chat with you. No, don't be visiting with Greg. He's trying to get you on hold so we can hear your call here on the program. So if you want to join us now, lines are available, and you just pour on in here. A couple of things to make you aware of coming up this week. First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama, Thursday night. Granger Smith will be speaking at the Next Man Church there. Hickory Hill Baptist in Westville, Florida. Lee Moore there on the 17th. That's Saturday. And then North Shelby Baptist Church, Kevin Derryberry and I will be there as they kick off the Man Church strategy, the 18th in Birmingham, North Shelby Baptist in Birmingham. And then that same evening over in Tuscaloosa, Black Hawk Down vet Jeff Struker speaking at the next Man Church at First Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa. You can find those or any by going to themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Jesse in Alabama. Jesse, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to commend Helms and congratulate Bubba. It was a good thing Helms did giving Bubba a scholarship to come play for him at Jacksonville State. Congratulations, Bubba.
I'm looking forward to it.
Bubba.
It's the one-handed backhand that got it done.
Oh,
Yeah.
the net gorilla. JC in Alabama. JC, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Remember, it was Derek earlier, but now I've got the cell phone fixed. I wanted to give you guys a quick update, like I was saying about Kristi Noem.
Yeah.
When she gave her governor's ride speech, she was literally halfway between the Harley ride and drive and the Indian ride and drive. And she said, this is where everybody's got to be, in the middle.
To Harley Davidson owners?
Joke. Everybody.
Yeah.
So Harley's gone woke. They've gone woke. They're making all their dealerships do DEI training, or they're cutting their allocation on motorcycles.
Yeah, well, and to me, these decisions, and we've seen so many examples of this, and you listed them yesterday, Bubba, do they not see what we can see plainly? You're making a choice here because you're trying to appease the angry woke, but then you've now upset your base customer.
It's all about where the order's coming down from.
Right. Are you
Now,
winning on
If
this?
you've just got a CEO that's got a burr for some of this and he wants to push it, he won't be there long.
Right.
But what happens with a lot of these is these big investment groups like BlackRock comes in and they buy up the majority of the stock. So they're the
Right.
boss. And then if they have somebody sitting up in an ivory tower somewhere that wants to push it, what choice do you have? They really don't care. I mean,
Yeah.
You don't think they want to lose money, but in some cases, it
Okay.
appears the politics of it's more important to them.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because you are picking which one's more important. So you're picking the political side of it.
Yep.
And if you're uber wealthy, maybe you can lose on your Harley investment and not care. But,
Maybe.
But good news is you've destroyed Harley Davidson.
Maybe you're trying to drive
You may
the
not
price
care.
down so you can buy more shares. I don't know. Who
Well,
knows?
yeah, I'm like you. I'm trying to make some sense of it because it seems like it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think you just got some woke folks pushing this agenda.
Yeah. And I want.
And they're out of touch.
And some of these people may be sincere, but a lot of you where you work, there's no sincerity whatsoever. They're just trying to get these people off their back.
Yeah.
By saying, we'll implement all this stuff you said.
Yeah, get out of my way. I'm headed out of town.
Let's go to Elaine. Elaine in Alabama. Elaine, go ahead.
Hi, I've been listening to y'all for so many years, and I just love your show.
Thank you.
And I am understanding y'all are about to retire, but here's an idea for you. The new show coming out, the Greg and Adler Show. They have such complimentary personalities, so much great talent, and Adler is so talented he needs to do his musical parodies and sing more.
Yeah, I agree with the latter.
Linda, good to hear from you.
Yeah, but do you think...
Thanks, Mom.
Do you think, though, that Greg and Adler could coexist as co-hosts that long?
Oh, yes. They complement each other very well. They're very talented and funny.
Oh, yeah.
Greg, his perspective of life is just wonderful.
You know people can hear you right now, right? People hear what you're saying. Yeah. No, I agree. They both have been an incredible addition to the show and have been outstanding contributors. And
we're going to miss them.
Yep.
Yeah, we ran the numbers on that, and I think the FCC fines would bankrupt us very quickly.
That's right. I don't know how they would make a profit.
Yeah.
It'd be tough.
Roger in Tennessee. Roger, go ahead.
Roger.
Hey, I was just wondering, go Big Orange for one thing, and after we beat y'all 5 years in a row, you think y'all still keep the coach?
What team are you talking about?
What team are you talking about? Alabama?
Yeah, Alabama. We're gonna beat y'all like y'all got rid of Saban. We're gonna beat y'all like a drum now.
I will say that if Alabama loses to Tennessee 5 years in a row, you are correct. They will no longer be connected to Coach DeBoer.
I'm just kidding, guys. Let's go Roll Tide and go Big Orange. Let's play some football.
I agree.
There's somebody fired up.
Yeah,
y'all
Roger,
have a good day.
YouTube. Buddy.
Y'all have a good day, guys. We're
Thank you.
fired up here.
I hope so.
Saban's gone, and we're happy.
Yeah, I heard y'all danced around Neyland Stadium singing "Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead." So
I hear you. I'm telling you, it's been a long road, and we're glad he's gone. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, buddy. That's honest. Well, did you look? It's a new day. Okay, it's a new day. Did you see Milroy? Is that the quarterback in Alabama?
Mm-hmm.
Him talking about how much fun they're having.
I did not. I have not caught the sports.
When asked about the
forecast or the sportscast lately.
When asked about how this camp was compared to Saban, he said this one's fun.
Well, I know they had an ice cream truck at practice the other day, and I know Feinbaum said that was very Shula-like to do that. And, of course, that got a dust-up going.
I bet it did.
You can imagine.
I bet he didn't have to worry about having any phone calls the rest of that show.
That was the bait that did it.
It goes back to this. Everybody can make all the assumptions. He's not, each coach has its own unique way. And if DeBoer wins, everything he does is correct.
Yep.
If he loses, everything he does is wrong.
It's that simple.
It's really no more complicated than that. Yeah. And that's the case of any coach. I mean, we learn that ourselves. Raymond in Alabama. Raymond, go ahead.
I wanted to comment on the Harley Davidson going politically correct. I saw a thing earlier on Facebook. It said it was an Andy Griffith quote, and it was talking about being politically correct, and it said basically what is politically correct. He said basically when you give up your opinion about anything else just to be right by the norm.
Yeah, it's just giving in.
I would say be right by the mob.
Yeah, you're right, exactly. April, go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering why I'm listening to my radio station to clean my house, and I seem to notice that every fifth song that I'm listening to Michael Jackson. Why?
I say that again.
Every fifth song is what?
Every fifth song is what?
Within the fifth song, within every 5 songs I hear, one of them is a Michael Jackson song.
Well, we like Michael Jackson. Do you not like it?
Well, I mean, for a child molester, you really need to know him, okay?
Hey, April.
Let's do that.
Hey, April, I got to ask you a question.
I'll change radio stations if that be the fact.
April, what are you listening to? We're not even playing Michael Jackson. The Rick and Bubba show.
I'm listening to your guys' radio station, and within 5 songs, I'm getting a Michael Jackson song.
Not here.
What station are you listening to? Just curious.
Dude, it's Rick and Bubba. I got y'all on right now. You want to hear you?
No, what station? What radio station? What radio station?
Stay on my
What station?
Let's hear herself.
I have not caught one sports. When asked about the forecast.
Is that not you guys?
No, it's not us.
Yeah, that's y'all. Rick and Bubba, early in the morning.
That's not us.
I think
I'm just trying to get y'all to pay attention to it, and because I didn't pay attention to it till I was cleaning the house, and next thing you know, I was breakdancing to beat it, and I said, there's been Michael Jackson songs by 5 times. Songs come up. One of them's a Michael Jackson song.
Well, you were dancing to it.
You were dancing to it. You must have liked it.
You know what? The epitome of the devil sneaking in on my house. It seems like, you guys being so...
Well, you were shaking your rear into it. I'd be careful. I'd be careful what you let in that house.
Think about that, boys.
Look, and
what you're putting in
right,
mind.
Right, and I'd say no to that mimosa
and
next time.
Remember, no drinking while
I
you're
would
cleaning.
say no mimosas.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.